This is really an epic journey of humanity because for the first time in the history of mankind, we have the knowledge, both engineering, scientific, and business knowledge, to be able to start reaching to the stars for many of the things that human beings need to be effective and to be happy. And so to be on this journey and to be the activists, if you will, helping people understand what this can mean is just a joy. And that's why I'm so grateful to be a part of this.
And there are innovation patents that are waiting to come to market to create that next billion or $1 trillion economy. And we need to look for that workforce where we may have not thought of them, in the inner cities, in rural communities, minorities, women, veterans, retirees. We have the workforce we need for the space economy. We just have to reach out and let them know that they can be part of this community.
What we want for MarsCoin for it to be democratic, for anyone to be able to mine it. And so it's very easy to get a hold of one of these. This is called a Future Bit Apollo, Moonlander 2 USB key. But there's a wide variety of ASIC hardware that's available. And we're even talking about making our algorithm even easier so you can mine it on a smartphone or a computer.
Space and some other niche markets we found gave us the ability to make revenue, bring in some business to show we can execute, to also mature manufacturing so we know what the yields look like and the stats.
There's a misunderstanding that just because we are talking about space is all about wonderful cooperation. That is what we aspire for and we hope for. But if you look at the programs, for example, China and Russia space program, Turkey, for example, India to an extent as well, these are very nationalistic space programs. Yeah. And so China, what it has very cleverly done is that it has actually established a Belt and Road Space Information Corridor in the last few years. And this is President Xi's thinking in terms of institutionalizing the Communist Party of China.
Andy talks about risk in a couple different ways. I've been...
That's my car. Go on.
Oh my God, that's epic. It's still wrong, but it's epic. Space Force TM, trademark for Netflix, I think is a damn funny show. Your character is played by John Malkovich. Like, that guy is you.
Who has a much better oratory style and a much better wardrobe than I do, by the way.
And to me, when we're ready to use a certain technology, a certain thing, not just for solving problems, but also for the expression of our very being and who we are, I think that's one of the markers that technology has arrived. Like, it's now something that helps us talk about who we are, not just solve the problems we have.
The big moneymaker is probably in the near term going to be the backlog of space tourism that we're seeing. And so this is nothing to do with a government program. This is commercial companies making commercial, doing commerce in the private sector, which has been really looked down upon in the news, but I think it's kind of exciting.
This is our opportunity to build a future where we take this journey into the economy of space and do it responsibly as a human race.
I think we can get there, but I think we got to be smarter than we were in the past. And this is where we want to get to. This is what the next plaque needs to say instead of "we came in peace for all mankind." We came in profit for all mankind.
scratch. We must first invent the universe.
Good morning. Well, it's morning for me. I know that one of our speakers is here. It's 3 p.m. for Jacob there in Europe. So it's very early in the morning for me. It's 6 o'clock, but we are excited to get started with our second day. Today is going to be an interesting day, just like yesterday was interesting. Today I am way outside of my comfort zone today. We're going to be talking about something that I genuinely don't know anything about. And it's funny because pretty much nobody in the entire space industry knows very much about this problem. And I've referred to this problem as the holy grail of space. I believe that having babies, having children off this planet, however that is, whether that's on the moon, whether that's on Mars, or my favorite is space stations, however that happens, it is a mind-bogglingly complex problem. And if we don't solve it, then we are stuck down here in a 1G gravity well, and we might have camping trips to space, but we won't move to space as a species. So I feel like, why hasn't anybody tackled this before? The more I learn about this, and I've only just scratched the surface, the more I learn about it, the more genuinely impressed I am by the audacity, but also more urgently, I am concerned about the need for this topic. Oh, hey, Angelo, we're only just meeting. I'm literally talking about your program right now. What I was saying a moment ago was that I think this is the most important problem in the entire space industry, that if it's not solved, then all of our dreams and aspirations for going to space, whatever they are, whether it's 1950s science fiction or the current reality of 2022, if we don't solve this problem, those dreams end. They end. All that vision of going off into the wild black yonder are fantasy, and I find myself surprised as I look at this problem. Why haven't I considered this problem before? Like I've been at this for 20 years, and I've always assumed, oh, somebody's working on it. Well, you know what? Very few people are working on it, and it is a vitally
recording in progress.
So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to be very far outside my comfort zone, and certainly I'm going to be way outside my knowledge base. So I hope to act as maybe a Sherpa or a guide. But the reality is, I can't guide on this. I'm gonna be learning right along with the rest of y'all. So I think that's going to be really important. So that's what our day really looks like. Yesterday, we spent an awful lot of time talking about manufacturing on orbit. How do we build things? We talked about the cislunar ionosphere. We talked about some national policies. We talked about the complexity, not just the engineering, but the social, political, legal, international frameworks necessary for building a support system in space. So that's kind of where we are. So yesterday, talking about manufacturing and policies. Today, talking about babies in space. And on the surface, that looks a little clunky. It looks like those two things are not connected. I assure you that they are, because the processes necessary to create an industrial base in space are also the same processes necessary to create a safe, healthy medical environment for bearing and ultimately raising children on orbit. And it's all about infrastructure. It's all about how do we build the things we need to build in order to thrive, not just a couple weeks, couple months, in some cases a year as an astronaut, especially trained, highly trained professional, but as citizens of our species, making the pioneering effort to move off world. So the series that we're creating, and we're going to be doing this every single month, the first Friday and Saturday pair of every month for a year. The theme of this is, how do we build a 15,000 person environment for space in space? Now, you could think of it as one small town on orbit, and again, whether this is orbit, whether this is on the moon or Mars, we are mostly talking about orbital facilities, but it is still true that getting to a sustainable, replicatable number out in space is really important. So that's what our series is about, is the audacity of building a giant community in space. Now, I personally think we're going to wind up with 150 small stations of 100 people, but our speakers yesterday were very optimistic that we could maybe have 10 stations with 50 people apiece and have 500 people on orbit. I think that's a pretty likely, early path. So that's what we're talking about. That's what we're going to continue to talk about, and we're only just barely scratching the surface. Liftport Group, our company, has run 16 of these events, but we ran them for other companies, other organizations. 16 events for 5 different organizations over the last year and a half. And what we realized was that while we were happy to serve our clients, what we wanted to do was build our own network, our own communications platform, our own channel and community, because we have our own aspirations. We're building an elevator on the moon, and that's pretty hard and that's pretty expensive. And so what we realized was we need to come up with our own independent revenue streams in order to fund the research that we're doing. So this is our product. Better Futures is our product. And our plan is to have 12 of these topics focused on space stations. And then also, we're going to have topics about money and finance and capital of space. We're going to have topics about the future, 2035. and we're going to have topics around lunar development. So pretty ambitious start to the new year. But by doing this and having it grow and building a community, all of those 4 topics, stations, money, the future, and the moon, all of those topics, they generate revenues for us so we can build our project, but also they they become kind of a think tank or a knowledge base for us for when we're building our own plans. So that's what we're building. We'll be posting periodically the links to our community Discord channel. So we're gonna have an ongoing conversation in Discord about some of these topics. We're certainly hopeful that you join us. We refer to that as the other 28 days. So we do this twice. We do this 2 days a month. But then what happens the other 28 days? What happens the rest of the month where do you just stop the work? Do you just stop the dreaming? Do you stop the planning? Or do you use the time in between the conferences to do something, to contribute, to be a part of this? So that's what we're hoping for. That's where this should be considered an open invitation to folks. We expect to kind of grow this. It should be fun. It should have kind of maybe a club-like environment, but it should also be about getting something done. So that's our hope. That's our ambition. As we build this experience, we'll probably make some changes and edits and adjustments, lots of course corrections along the way. But this should be a pretty good time, I hope. So fingers crossed to everybody. The day looks kind of like this. I'm going to talk about a tool set in just a moment that I use for the construction of my lunar space elevator infrastructure. I share that tool with a lot of space people in the community because it's a useful framework for getting big, complicated projects accomplished. So I'm going to share that. That's the first thing we're going to start with. And then we have a whole slew of medical professionals to come on and talk about this, what I said a minute ago is maybe the holy grail of space, the ability to have and bear children in a not 1G environment, wherever that is, or maybe an artificial G environment. Super complicated. We're going to have some interesting conversations around that. And then there's an element that we're calling making Starfleet real, because at the end of the day, between my International Space University connections and my own inner 15-year-old that was reading a bunch of science fiction, watching it on television, I want to see Starfleet happen. So we're going to be, every month, we're going to bring in someone that is legitimately connected to the Starfleet, Star Trek universe, and put them on stage and say, how do we make this happen? So that's going to be a part of our conversation. And we're going to bring in some folks that may be one of the first necessary steps. Asgardia has got some pretty strong ambitions towards building a humanity's place in our solar system. So that's going to wrap up our day. We are going to have something that candidly was a little clunky yesterday. It is still an experiment. We're going to be hosting 2 short workshops that are really designed to again solicit community input for the folks that are attending today. So that's our plan. That's our program for the day. I'm going to jump straight into the Numenia process. So just let me share screens here just a moment. Okay, can everybody see that? I don't have it full screen because it's kind of a clunky interface, and trying to see y'all at the same time is pretty challenging. So I've expanded it. Is this clear, visible? Yes. Thank you. Okay. I prefer this tool over doing it full screen because it's nice to get feedback from the audience. All right. So a little bit about me. I'm not going to dwell on this, but I've been around in this field for quite a while. We talked a little bit yesterday about Liftport Group. I'll talk more about it later this afternoon. But I've been doing space elevator research for 20 years now. That seems like an unlikely sentence every time I say it, but it's true. First on the Earth elevator, and then more recently and more importantly, focused on the lunar elevator. And you can see some of the artifacts of robots that climb up and down string, lots of string, and some nanotech stuff behind me. So it's been a bumpy 20 years, but it's been important to me. And it has had its pretty solid successes and its very dramatic failures. I'm on the board of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance, which hence my interest in the capitalization of space. I think it's super important. And this slide is slightly out of date. I am the past president. I just gave over my gavel about 4 months ago, to the new president, but I'm the former president of the International Space University's U.S. Alumni Association. So I'm going to skip some of this. A short story. It's usually a longer story. I started as an entrepreneur very early. My brother and I created a lemonade stand, which is a pretty classic story and pretty fun, but surprisingly successful for a pair of fourth graders. My brother and I are twins. The Numenia process is it's an interesting system, and it has heritage, and that heritage comes from the lots and lots and lots of things I've done over my career. So I started out being meritoriously promoted in the United States Marine Corps. I learned an awful lot there. Kudos to a guy named Captain Bealey, who taught me spreadsheets. You can imagine in 1987, there were not a lot of people that knew spreadsheets. And I had basically control of one of the two computers of the whole unit. And that was a pretty interesting way to start. So it kind of moved me from crawling through the mud in the Marine Corps into investment management. I did that for several years, founded an first wave internet company back in 1996. So very, very ahead of the curve. Did pretty well financially in real estate, although that's a complicated story. And then in my early 30s, I was at this point where I had a certain amount of financial capacity and I had freedom of choices. So what do I want to do with my life? And so it was space. And that led me in a really convoluted path to be working on the space elevator. Now, this is what everybody thinks a space elevator is. for a really long time, this is what everybody thought a space elevator was. And then I was a part of the original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team on the space elevator. My role was not technical. My role was operations, logistics, finance, policy, all the fuzzy problems. My former business partner was the guy working on the chemistry, physics, mathematics. So over time, that evolved into me becoming a bit of a heretic in the elevator community because I don't have a lot of confidence in the Earth elevator anymore. But I remain very committed to that as a tool. And so around 2001, 2, and 3 under the NASA umbrella, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 independently as Liftport. We went out of business when the economy crashed. And then around 2010, 11, 12, we had this emotional, mental breakthrough, figuring out that we could build an elevator on the moon with current technologies. So that evolved over time, and we came up with a pretty good plan. And that's all I'm going to talk about the space elevator right now. We're going to talk about more in a bit, but it's by doing all of that that I crafted what I refer to as the Numenia process. And don't get stuck up on the name. It's ancient Greek. It means it's a celebration of the new moon. And it was a time of celebration and revival and renewal. And most importantly, it's the acknowledgement that everything changes, and so plan for it. It's part of the process. So the Numenia process is not a business plan, but it can make your business plan better. It's not a Gantt chart and a project management tool, but it can make your project management better. It's a framework. It's a framework for understanding things that you don't necessarily know. So if I'm building an elevator on the moon, and if this community is going to work towards building a giant space station or a series of space stations, there's no roadmap for that. There's no path. There's no best practices to create a 15,000 person space station. There's no best practices for developing a settlement on the moon. There's no best practices for most things that we do in space that are on the fringe and they're on the cutting edge. There are lots of best practices for launching rockets and satellites, right? But we're not trying to do that. So this tool is to help get your arms around something that's really complicated, right? And I talk about new complex compound. And I used to refer to it as new complex compound problems. And then very recently, somebody's like, it's not just problems, it's opportunities, it's adventures. So I've had to kind of modify my own language. And that's the thing that I like about the Numenia process is it's very flexible. It's not rigid. So it's about trying to get your arms around something that is new, complex, and compound. And so when I was in the 4th grade and working on a lemonade stand, that was a new complex compound opportunity for a 4th grader. I still find myself thinking about that 40 some years later, almost 45 years later. So these are all the parts of the Numenia process. And I think it is important to understand that these are hierarchical, that work on step 1. When you're done with step 1, work on step 2. When you're done on step 2, move to step 3, 4, and 5. And if you try to skip steps, you're going to harm yourself. You're going to harm yourself. Like, I just can't even be more blunt than that. Skipping steps won't work, and you will make errors that you will either have have to fix, or worse, will cause the doom of your project. And I have had many doomed projects. So this is both coming from a position of experience about what not to do as much as it is about an experience of what to do. So vision, mission, values, we call them the compass philosophies. It's very useful to kind of pick a target in the future, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. In the case of our company, we have both a 20-year plan and a 100-year plan. So those are pretty bold visions. Most people operate with a 5-year plan. I think that makes more sense. And you're going to hear me talk a lot over the next. I talked a lot yesterday and more today about. I pick 3 markers right now: 2025, just 3 years away; 2030, and 2035. So, what is your vision? Your vision is, where are you going? Your mission is what you're doing to accomplish the vision, and your values are declarations of how you're going to act along the way. And there are, in my own personal history of landmines that I've stepped on or avoided, getting your vision, mission, values wrong can either lead to success or failure. So pretty important. And it's also important to note that I call them the compass philosophies because they help you find a path when your path is unclear, right? They're always the star that guides you. They don't change position, and they help you say no to things that don't fit your vision, mission, values. And that's really important just from a time management and quality of life perspective. So there's a tool that I call deconstruction and reconstruction, where you take your vision, mission, values, you jumble them up, and then you prioritize them. And I'm going to give you just 3 quick examples. If you have the exact same words, fast, fair, and money, but ordered in 3 different ways, you're going to wind up with 3 vastly different outcomes. So a Y Combinator company that came out of California a couple of years ago, really well funded, really interesting idea. They never bothered to build a product. What they really focused on was a marketing strategy with a really great video. And that was their minimum viable product. And that marketing strategy was so successful that it allowed them to raise the capital that they needed. And so that's how they started. It was a bit of bait and switch. It ultimately worked, but that was their priority. Their priority was fast. Kickstarter, very different kind of organization, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, started with the idea that artists needed help. And they were going to focus on fair, fair, fair. The money would follow. And they, in fact, became a B corporation, a beneficial corporation out in New York. And they did not cash in on the probable billions that was available to them because they stuck true to their original founding vision. And then if you just want cash, if that's the only thing that matters, and speed matters and being fair doesn't matter, just rob a bank, right? Just go steal it. And it's this prioritization that is really different. There's 3 vastly different outcomes, even though you use the same words. And so I think that's pretty important for the process, is just to make sure that your compass philosophies are clear, are well understood, are binding, that you commit to them. That's pretty darn important. And then we're going to talk about the next step. And this is where you're starting to get into the meat. So the compass philosophy is kind of gives you your foundation. But then this is where the real work starts to happen, where you start to build your organization. Policy objectives, strategies, tactics, and time, temporal. There are lots and lots and lots of books and gurus and consultants that can spend an awful lot of time talking to you about strategy and tactics. Those folks are probably better at it than I am. So I'm not going to kind of pull away from that. I think that's reasonably well understood. But the others are kind of new. They're kind of new to this pneumonia process. So policies, and you're going to see the same chart later on, but it's going to be in a different context, so it's not an error. Policies are the lines you have to color inside of. If anybody's ever been, a kid with a coloring book, there are the people that color inside the lines, and there are the people who color outside the lines. I have tended to be one of the people who color outside the lines, to my detriment, to my detriment. And so learning what policies, what jurisdictions have impact and influence over what you're doing is vitally important. We're talking about building a space station that has 15,000 people in it, orbiting the world. Well, who's in charge of that? Who's in charge of the construction? Who's in charge of the permits? And I hate to tell you, but there are permits necessary, right? You've got communications permits. If this was a US program, and I'm not saying that it is, but if this was a US program, the Federal Aviation Administration is your first point of contact, and then they help work with the Federal Communications Commission, NASA, NOAA, Department of State, believe it or not, the Department of State, and then I just lost one. There's 5. NASA, NOAA, Department of State, Department of Defense, right? So FAA leads to NASA, NOAA, Department of Defense, State Department, and Jesus, I already forgot. So there's 5, and then the State Department then takes your request and moves it up to, in some cases, to the United Nations, the International Telecommunications Union. So policies and jurisdictions are really darn important. Now, I work in an office building, right? There are policies I have to adhere to locally in the office building that I'm in. I'm in the city of Tacoma, the county of Pierce County, and Washington State in the United States. So there are rules that I have to abide by. This seems really, really basic because it is, but if you get this wrong, there are consequences. So I think that's the first step in the pneumonia process in this stage, is to identify the policies that impact you. When we talk later about reproduction in space, there are policies. Every one of these doctors has their medical license on the line if they make big mistakes. So understanding what the rules are, what the penalties are for non-compliance, those are really important. So that's where we start, as policies and jurisdictions. We move into strategies and tactics. Strategy is greater than tactics. Tactics is greater than skirmishes. strategy is your big idea. That is your method, your process, your kind of unwavering decision about how you're going to approach the problem. Often this is these are used in military terms, and so the United States' strategy has been, outproduce logistically and out innovate technologically, and that has worked most of the time, but not all the time. Tactics are evolvable on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year, because the environment is fluid, and skirmishes change by the minute, by the hour, by the day, because things are fluid. And you're going to operate that way. I operate that way with Liftport all the time. I just said that this is our 17th event, but every one of the events is different. And since this is our first event for ourselves, by ourselves, we had a lot of infrastructure that we were reliant upon when other people were our client. But then when we had to build it ourselves, it was tricky. So we had to be very adaptable. All of our 16 past events were different, whether it's the content or the client or the topic. And so adaptability is super important, but your adaptations stick within your tactics and your strategy. I'm a big believer in past, present, future, that understanding where you came from and having a really, really clear state-of-the-art impression. Like, where are you actually? Not where you think you are, not where people tell you you are, not with a bunch of cognitive biases, but with evidence to state where you actually are. And then if you've got a good understanding of your past, and if you have a good understanding of your current reality, you can start to maybe perhaps kind of make predictions about your future. I always hesitate to make predictions. I can't tell you how many times I've been wrong, but I have been right a few times. And so by having a really solid foundation, you understand where you're going. And while this isn't an elevator talk, I know a lot about past projects that have taught me about our current project. For example, the Lewis and Clark expedition, the Transcontinental Railroad, the building of the Golden Gate Bridge. Those all have really valid, relevant lessons for a project like ours. And then when we embark on building a giant space station, we will identify lessons that we can learn from the past to help us identify the future, the present, and then make some guesses towards the future. So those are the first two parts of the new media process, and that is pretty well understood. Oh, curious, there's a slide missing. How is that happening? I somehow skipped objectives. Not sure where that is. I'm not going to dig through my files right now to find it, but there's a slide missing on objectives. Objectives are basically KPIs, key performance indicators. They are the things that you will do, the things that you will commit to. They support your strategy and tactics, and they are the things that the skirmishes are attempting to win. Does that make sense? So you're not going to start with a 15,000 person space station. You're probably going to start with, a 5 or 10 or 50 person space station. So that would be one of your early objectives. And then a sub objective of that might be to design it or something. We're going to talk about goals, investments, and tasks in a little bit. So your objectives can be really anything that kind of fits your vision, mission, values. They will be the big ideas relating to your vision, mission, values. And what we do is we take that prioritization of your vision, mission, values, and then we turn those into, let me back up. So we take this prioritization of your vision, mission, values, and you build objectives around fast, fair, and money, right? We took those words out of your vision, mission, values, prioritize them, and then we build objectives around them. So that's building KPIs around your vision, mission, values. I'm not sure what happened to that slide. So once you get through compass, philosophies, and post, then the real work of kind of day-to-day ops takes over. Most of that, points number 1 and 2 are really setting the foundation, and points 3, 4, and 5, I refer to them collectively as the action matrix. They are still hierarchical, but they combine into a single tool. So if you can imagine a spreadsheet, again, going back to Captain Bealey, if you can imagine a spreadsheet, across the top are stakeholders, down the side are challenges, and where those two things intersect at that cell, that's goals, investments, and tasks. So that's kind of a mental map about how this works together. Again, it's still hierarchical, but the product, when you're done with it, becomes a very manageable, usable tool. Sorry, I'm looking at the clock. I just want to make sure that I'm on schedule here. Good. Okay. So stakeholders. I told you that you can, getting your vision, mission, values wrong is a good way to go out of business. But I neglected to say it's a good way to go out of business slowly. Policies, objectives, strategy, and tactics, also a good way to go out of business. That's a good way to go out of business by getting coloring outside the lines. It's a good way to go out of business by getting your objectives wrong. Most of that is probably slow, unless you commit some sort of federal level crime. Most of that is a good way to go out of business slow. Stakeholders, getting stakeholders wrong is a good way to go out of business very, very quickly. So all of these 3 parts fit together into kind of a collective whole. And it starts with who cares? Who cares about what you're doing? Why does it matter to them? This is just a dictionary definition: a person or group that has an investment, share, or interest in something. Match have a period on. These are old slides, but I don't. I'm curious why there's some errors in here. So identifying who cares is pretty darn important, right? We didn't market this event series, the space station event series, to cat lovers on the internet. I like cats, but I don't know that cat lovers are necessarily, as a class, as a community, are necessarily going to want to join our effort to build a 500-person space station. And let's be clear, this is not about us building a 500-person or 15,000-person space station. This is about asking the questions, what does it take to do it? But identifying who cares is actually pretty tricky. It's pretty tricky. Most people will self-identify. By the way, I made some pretty fun comments yesterday about we will know we're starting to succeed when we can bring, in Jacob's case, both his wife and, importantly, his dog and cat to space. He'll talk about that later today. So identifying who ultimately cares and how they care, some of them like you, some of them do not like you, identifying who cares is really important. And this is just a super basic example, but this list done well is 50 people or organizations. Done really well, it's 500 people or organizations. So it's really important to just spend some time on this. We're still in stakeholders now, but we're going to talk about what kinds of stakeholders and how they operate and what they might look like. And I've broken them down into kind of 5 different buckets, but it's important to note that one person can be in multiple buckets. One organization can be in multiple buckets. So if you will, these are all lenses, prisms that you can see different flavors of your stakeholder, different colors of your stakeholder, okay? This is how I graph stakeholders, like completely. We're going to go into this a bit more now, but I just want you to understand figuring out your stakeholders is complex, and because they're people. At the end of the day, they're people, and people cannot be put into buckets very easily. So stance. Do they like you? Do they hate you? Do they just simply not care? Now that's interesting because I said that the definition for a stakeholder is that they care, but they might not care about your outcome, but they might care that you exist. And I've seen that a couple different ways. And I put intentionally this little icon of a goldfish in a jar. Like, some people are aware that there's other fish in the reef, but it doesn't impact them unless they're being hunted or they are hunting. So I think there are a lot of people that are in the ambivalent category. There are people that are undecided, and that is also a super important group, right? They are looking, but they haven't made their decision. And some people are aware just as an observer, right? In the United States, the IRS does not care one way or the other whether or not I build an elevator on the moon, but they do care if I pay my taxes. So they're an observer, right? They're an observer, across the whole spectrum of businesses in the United States. So helpful, hinder, those are the ones that I spend the most amount of time on for I think somewhat obvious reasons. And then position. Are they inside your organization or are they outside? No one can cause you more harm than an angry internal stakeholder. There was a 15-year-old kid that did $20,000 worth of damage over the weekend because he was an intern that deservedly got himself fired, and then he passed our passwords out to a bunch of his script kiddie friends. And yeah, giant damage overnight. Most people are external. Most stakeholders are external. Internal stakeholders are vitally important to keep on the good side of the organization, right? I hope that is obvious, but I want you to spend some time thinking about it. Most people are on the outside, and that's where most of your resources should go, but not all of your resources. This is me giving a shout out to my team, by the way, while we're here. I couldn't be doing this at all without the help of Fabio and Taylor. So nice job, folks. Keep up the good work. They know I'm joking, but they also know I'm entirely sincere about this. In most cases, stakeholders are not organized. This isn't really a word the way it's written here, but they are disorganized. They are the opposite of organized. I once used the word unorganized, and I didn't like the way that flowed. Some of them are not fans. We talked about hindering versus helping. Some of them are not fans, right? Some of them are skeptical. But you can turn skeptics around, right? If you have actions and demonstrations and experience, you can turn skeptics around. If you answer their questions, you can turn them around. Some people are just angry, right? They don't want you to do this no matter what. I have a lot of folks, trolls, that have active anger towards me personally and towards my project. I screwed up a Kickstarter a couple of years ago that has had giant implications to my career and to my community. And so I've got trolls. They do not like me, and they have gone out of their way to make my life very, very complicated. And so that's a reality. That's a reality I have to work with. There's probably no way to ever regain that support from them. But I do have to acknowledge that they make my life very complicated. And the ones that are probably listening to this call are like, yay, I made their life complicated. Well, it's working. But fortunately, we have a whole lot more folks in the curious and committed category that have made huge contributions to our project. Time, talent, resources, information, knowledge. Those people are amazing. And they've helped in some pretty profound ways. Just this week, we sent out, I don't know, nearly 15,000 emails, nearly 15,000. A lot of them are bounces, of course. A lot of them are not interested. Pro tip, most people do not care about what you're doing. There's nearly 8 billion people in the world. There are not 8 billion people on this conference call right now. Most people do not care about what you're doing. Even if you're doing something genuinely amazing, most people don't care. The biggest Hollywood star, the biggest musicians in the world, the biggest politicians in the world, the biggest religious leaders in the world, the very largest of them globally only have a small fraction of the 8 billion people's attention. Okay? Most people don't care at all about what you're doing. So the ones that do, the the ones that are helpful, the ones that are harmful, you're going to have to deal with them. They are what you spend most of your time on. And in this last weeks, when we've been doing our promotion, we have a lot of people, like I said, 15,000 messages went out. We had a lot of people that are not joining our call, not necessarily joining our conference, but we've gotten 3 invitations to talk to angel investors. We've gotten 2 speaking gigs, and I have a whole calendar of booked appointments next week and the week after that with people that want to get involved somehow. I was very surprised at the outcome of this. And that's these stakeholders, right? And so you can do a lot with individual disorganized stakeholders. It takes a lot of time. It actually is very time consuming, but the folks that do care, right, they're a fraction of a percent of the world. But the ones that do care, they're an opportunity to expand. And this is kind of how this happens, right? So, and the network is always more powerful than the node. And so you start with a person, right? Just in this graph, you start with a blob on the graph, and then it becomes a few people in the same environment, right? So now they become a herd. Herds don't have leadership. Hordes have leadership, right? Sorry, let me back up. Herds don't have a common direction. If it's a bunch of cows standing around in a field, they're just standing around in a field. If it's a bunch of buffalo in Africa moving in a direction, now they're a horde. Now they are moving in the same direction. That's powerful, but it becomes more powerful when you have leadership. So a mob that is being led is powerful. But maybe that's a group of 20 people or 100 people, but it's a national thing or an international thing, and it becomes a movement. So those become nodes on a network. And real power and influence comes from stitching together networks of networks. And that's when you start getting traction to big ideas. And ultimately, that's going to be necessary if someone is going to construct a 15,000 person space station. Networks of networks is probably the only way to do it, because it's vastly expensive, very, very complicated. And to defray risk about, financial risk and liability risk amongst such a big undertaking, you're going to need a lot of folks involved, right? We talked yesterday about pharaohs building the pyramids, the Egyptian pyramids. That was one person, one family taking on the risk and the burden of that. That model is pretty unlikely to happen now. So this understanding how individuals evolve into networks and building out community is pretty darn important. There are kind of different kinds of organizations. Government, corporate, and nonprofit are the most common. And then there's that disorganized, unorganized community that's out there. We mentioned stakeholders in a different jurisdictions and policies in a different context earlier. and I mentioned the IRS in the United States, understanding that jurisdictions are stakeholders to your organization. I hope that's obvious, but spend time trying to understand that. Yeah, spend time trying to understand that. Challenges. All right, remember spreadsheet, right? You've got stakeholders across the top, challenges down the side, right? So I break challenges into 4 big buckets: hardware, business, outreach, and framework. I collectively refer to these as challenges, but in formal language, it's the 4 pillars of infrastructure development. And what is a 15,000 person space station without being, if it's not infrastructure, right? What is it if it's not infrastructure? So how do you apply business outreach framework and especially hardware if you're not doing this, right? How do you build a station in the sky and not tackle these problems? I do have this hierarchical. I've been called out on it several times. I am beginning to think that it should not be hierarchical. I think this has always been my own personal bias, and it's probably wrong. So I haven't updated this slide. I'm probably not going to update this slide until I think about it more. I have always acted as if this is hierarchical, and I'm being presented with good evidence that says it's not. So, full disclosure, like I said, one of the things I like about this tool is that it is flexible based on new information. I like hardware, right? I like hardware. That's why I do this stuff, whether it's space elevators or space-based solar power. I've got a space-based solar power demo behind me, stations or lunar development. I like hardware. I like space hardware. But I'm really beginning to understand that this should not be hierarchical. So challenges broken out in more detail. Within hardware, everything has this eureka moment, this discovery process. And we take for granted, because we have such a technologically driven society globally, but somebody had to sit somewhere in a lab and figure this stuff out. And it sometimes takes decades for stuff to move from the lab to mass production. Solar panels is a great example of that. Solar panels have been around since the 70s as, the wave of the future. And here we are 50 years later, they might be the wave of the future now, right? Because you had to go through the process and understand that silicon wafers are not that good. Maybe gallium arsenide wafers are much better over time. That's been proven, right? But it's a chore to get from the lab through engineering and into production. I have what I consider some pretty failed carbon nanotube experiments over my shoulder here. We tried making the world's strongest string nearly 20 years ago, 2003, 4, and 5, and it was a dismal failure, right? So that discovery process often doesn't work at all. If it does work, can you scale it? Can you perfect the process? That's a whole different set of challenges, often completely overlooked. So when we talk about 15,000 person station, it's one thing to build a life support that can support 6 people the way the ISS operates. It is a vastly different problem to scale that up to a 15,000 person organism. Like, we don't really know how to do that. Not really. And that's not exactly something you can guess at, right? There's 15,000 lives on the line by getting that wrong. So there are some big steps necessary. And people try to scale stuff all the time that does not scale. You could not just add square footage to the International Space Station, double it in size, and think that you're going to get 4 times the capacity without changing core systems, right? I think I didn't say that very clearly yesterday. By enlarging the International Space Station, now you've got more room to maneuver, and you probably could support more people physically, but the systems won't support that. You have to scale up those systems. So I was unclear about that yesterday. I want to make sure that that's clear today. How do you pay for it? Really? This event series, this is my attempt. This is an experiment. This is my attempt to build an audience large enough to support building an elevator on the moon. Can't be any more blunt about that. It's an experiment. Building big things is hard. It is financially difficult. How do you pay for this stuff? Who's going to do the operations and management of it? There are different structures. If you're doing this in the United States, it's going to be one system. If you do it in Europe, it's going to be another. If you do it in India, it's another. And if you do it in China, it's another. So ultimately, there is a price to whatever visions that we have for space, and figuring out the financial mechanisms is sometimes as complicated as the engineering itself. And finally, one of the reasons we're doing this event series in the first place is just storytelling. How do you tell your story to your stakeholders? How do you enlarge your stakeholders by your storytelling? How does the government fit into this? How does education, culture fit into this? Nod to Cheryl. She's going to talk about culture later. I've had this on my screens and in part of the Numenia process for more than, I formalized it in 2008. So that's why I've always been such a fan of the work that you're doing. We talked earlier about governance as the rules that you have to follow and the lines in the coloring book. But framework is more than that, right? It's the environment, not just the physical biome, but also the cultural environment that you're operating into. I think the military plays a underappreciated role in all of space. So I think they deserve some headline space in framework. Laws, policies, regulatory, insurance. In the United States, you can't build anything without being able to insure it. If you can't insure it, you cannot construct it. So those are just the realities of development here in the US. And that's going to be true, right? If you put 15,000 people on a station, who's going to insure that? Who's going to insure the physical structure? Who's going to do the life insurance policies of your residents? Like, that seems like a pretty basic question. Maybe we're answering it a little bit early, but I'm going to ask the question, but as far as I'm aware, it's pretty hard to get insurance if you're an astronaut. I'm actually going to ask that question because I don't know the answer, but I suspect it's pretty challenging. Finally, goals, investments, and tasks. This is the easy part. Once you've done all the other stuff, this should make a lot of sense. This is your daily, weekly, monthly to-do list. Goals, investments, and tasks. You figured out vision, mission, values. You figured out your objectives. Your objectives lead to how you manage your stakeholders. And now you can get down to the normal task management of building out your calendar on a monthly or quarterly basis. I usually operate in weeks and months. I know what this event series looks like over the next couple of months. I'm pretty happy with it. You figure out what you're going to put into it. Usually that's financial capital or human capital, like what resources are you going to put into solving the problem? And then you break those tasks into manageable bite-sized pieces and figure out your schedule. So that is the Numenia process. We are going to swap over in just a moment. I'm happy to chat with folks about this tool set if they would like to incorporate it. I couldn't see any of the chat, so I'll try and deal with chat afterwards. I do encourage you to join the Discord channel so that we can kind of build this community and maybe use the Numenia process in your programs. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Taylor. Good morning, Taylor. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Michael. I'm doing very well. Thank you for walking us through the Numenia process. It's, of course, a very useful tool. I look forward to seeing how it's leveraged in not just the lunar elevator, but of course, many projects in the future. As Michael stated, we would love to have your questions in the chat, so please post them below. Now's also a good time to share email addresses or LinkedIn links if you desire to network with attendees. He will be covering two separate topics: courage and pioneering, followed by reproduction in space. And to give you a little bit of a background, Egbert Edelbrook, PhD, is founder and CEO of Spaceborne United. This research and mission design company researches and enables the conditions for human reproduction in space. The research outcomes and missions program provide a crucial vision for communities. The current focus is enabling conception and early embryo development in LEO, for which Spaceborne United developing artists, which is assisted reproductive technology in space. Dr. Edelbrook, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Taylor, for the warm introduction. And before I share my screen, I just want to mention that I really enjoyed working with Michael and the Numenia process. We've benefited a lot from this process at Spaceborne.
Is it lag
visible
on my side or is it lag on your side?
Lag?
Yeah, there's a little bit of lag. I've struggled with both you and Taylor, so I suspect it's on my side. Egbert, it's great working with your team. I have learned so much. I think what you're doing is amazing. I said earlier before you were on screen that I think that this is arguably the most important problem in space. And I will help you solve it however I can. I don't have the medical experience, but if the Numenia process is useful to you and your team, I'm happy to work with you. It's fun working with you on it, so happy to share.
Likewise, Michael. Thank you. I look forward to continue with the process that we have started a few months ago.
Yeah.
So, but let's talk about courage and courageous minds, because obviously these ambitious goals, they require courageous minds. And I happen to have a background in courage development. I did my PhD research about courage development in organizations. So Michael asked me, why don't you also include this topic it could be handy, and I agree. So let's continue. Courageous minds. I want to talk about why we need courage for pioneering, and especially pioneering in space. And I want to zoom in what do we mean by courage? Because courage has different phases. So I'll zoom into the different phases of courage. And of course, everybody is probably interested in, okay, but can we learn courage? So how can we foster or develop courage? And then we should also, if there is time, we should talk about courageous cultures. Maybe Cheryl is also going to talk about that. I'm curious. And it's all about imagination and daring to dream. But let's start with pioneering in space. I mean, the goal of creating a space habitat for 15,000 people, I mean, that is something you need to be able to imagine. Can you imagine? It's like Michael said, it's a vastly different challenge if you compare it to just having some 10 people in space, like there are usually on the ISS every day. The world is changing faster than ever, and it's causing new types of problems. And these problems, they are called wicked problems, or Michael, I think, called them fuzzy problems. That's more or less the same. What does that mean? They are VUCA, and that stands for 4 elements: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And this new type of problem is certainly true for these challenges in space, for these very ambitious goals like creating a space habitat for so many people, and also for the other known challenges, going to Mars, creating independent human settlements there, creating designer ships, etc. But also challenges like starting the first space nation, like Asgardia is doing, or enabling reproduction, human reproduction in space. But let's talk about courage first. The courage mindset, the courageous mindset that is required to deal with these challenges. So what different phases, what different versions of courage can we distinguish? I distinguish mainly 5 different types of courage, and for every type there's something different at stake. So if we look at physical courage, then your body and your health is at stake. If you're looking at social courage, then your relationship to other people is at stake. In business courage, you're investing time and money and other resources, so they are at stake. And with mental courage, your image of the world and your self-image are at stake. And with innovative courage, it's about your freedom. You can get punished by the group or by society if you break too many rules. But let's get a few more examples. So in what context would you need physical courage? I mean, everybody knows people, firefighters, military people, but maybe even also a stuntman give birth in space, or people that work with dangerous animals. And social courage, when do you need social courage? If your image and your relationship to others is at stake, that happens when you are presenting like I'm doing right now. People could think crazy things about me, how I look, or my story is incredible or otherwise not popular. And it's also needed when you're trying to be assertive, when you have your boundaries and you have to communicate them, you have to defend them. And well, I don't think I have to go in too much detail for business courage. I mean, yeah, let's just go on with mental courage. That's a little bit more abstract. This is when you are struggling and you have these limiting beliefs, and you might not even be aware of them. You might have a different view of the world. This is necessary when you are learning new things about yourself, and you have to adjust your self-image, or you are learning new things about the world. The world is not working the way you thought it was, or it has changed. And it takes courage to let the self-image and the image of the world behind you. And this is also helpful when you're really getting stuck into a problem, maybe a personal problem, and you're reaching out to some kind of coach or even a therapist. Then this coach or therapist will put your self-image to the discussion and see if there are different underlying beliefs that need to change in how you look at yourself or the world. Innovative courage. Don't get me wrong about the second image. This is a special story. I'll get into that in a minute. It's about breaking the rules, but only if they have a valuable goal, a noble goal, and it's necessary for innovation, obviously. And it's the second picture is of course about the Twin Tower attacks and the other attacks, and this is about a lieutenant that was responsible for the armed jet fighters that had the task to defend the airspace above the United States. And he had a great dilemma. He had very, very strict rules for when he could deploy these squadrons and when he could tell them they could use deadly force. And it was almost like raining airplanes on many innocent people. And if this lieutenant would follow the rules and not be very innovative and not showing innovative courage, there could have died many more people than was the reality. He decided he was going to break these very important rules, and he reached out directly to the squadron leaders and told them they had to defend the airspace, and even if necessary, they could use deadly force and cripple airplanes or shoot them down to save more people than they would otherwise destroy. And this is just a very exotic example of innovative courage, because what was at stake? His freedom. He could have gone to jail for life, never see his family again, and his family would be in very big problems also. And he decided that the other, saving so many lives, probably was more important than his own life. So he was fortunately rewarded. Just an exotic example of innovative courage. And when we're talking about fostering courage, it's good to ask yourself, so in what context do people want courage? So if you're looking at your job, and if you're looking in companies, in organizations, in what areas of work do people usually look for courage, or they want to build courage? So I identified 6 main areas in work. I'm not talking about additional private areas. I'm looking into working with others, managing others, leadership, innovating, obviously, but also looking at personal development. And if you dare to dream, if you have the courage to set challenging goals, but of course also entrepreneurship and dealing with these emotions like fear and how to overcome them. I'm not going into all these details, but you can imagine that these are the challenges where courage comes in handy. If you want to foster courage, there's one insight that is crucial about where do our fears come from? Why do people feel like the fear of death when they know they have to present in front of a group? That has to do with our evolution and our biological evolution. this is the biological evolution is super slow. It takes 1 million years for 1% of your DNA to change. And in the meantime, society is changing super fast, and there is the mismatch between our biology and the society is growing every year. And that means that the fears that were installed in us, in our DNA, they came there through survival of the fittest. If you look at this image, this could be, for example, 10,000, I don't know, 20,000 years ago. And in that setting, it was crucial for survival to be afraid of how other people feel about you. If they don't like you anymore, that could mean the difference between life and death. You would probably die within a week because you depend on your horde, on your group of people for your food and your protection against saber-toothed tigers and what more. And I mean, this is just 10 or 20,000 years ago. So in our DNA, this has hardly changed. We are still experiencing these fears by the hormone triggered by our hormones, but they're no longer functional. What can happen if other people don't like you? We have at least some social security solutions, etc. You're not really depending so much on the other people anymore. So that is true for most of our fears. They're tremendously exaggerated. So our body has this fossil type of fear creating system that is keeping you away from your goals and your dreams. And if you know that this is where your fears, this is where this feeling comes from, it can help you to understand, okay, I'm no longer going to accept these fears because I know they're kind of lying. I know where they're coming from, and that our biology is just a little bit extremely slow. So talking about courage and fostering courage, it's a basic question that it triggers, like, can you even develop courage? Can you learn courage? And that's the typical classical nurture-nature debate. And I think it should be like 50-50 right now, because the nature part certainly is important. It is expressed, for example, in these really stable character traits that are known in psychology by the Big Five. And especially 3 of those character traits, they determine to what extent you have a basic potential for being courageous. If you are more extrovert, that is helping you. If you're more introvert, that's not helping you. If you are very agreeable, if you're a very agreeable person, that is usually not helping you in becoming courageous. If you are more disagreeable, that is not just helping you for business success, but also for showing courage, being different from other people, resisting other people's opinions, etc. And your openness to new. If you want to innovate, if you want to flow with change, you need to be open to new concepts. You need this mental courage to let go of the old version of the world that you were holding on to. But there are many tools. I've researched courage development for about 4 years, and tested a method for courage development. And I'm just going to scratch the surface. I mean, I'm just going to talk about courage for like 15 or 20 minutes. I could also talk about it for, I don't know, 5 days in a row. But let's scratch that surface for a while. If you have a goal that is outside of your comfort zone, it is really helpful if you share this goal with others, especially with one person that is called your accountability partner. There's a lot of research that this increases your odds of success by about 60%. If you share an important goal that is challenging with someone that is close to you, This person will of course ask you regularly about your progress and about the challenges you're facing, etc. And that's why this is helping so well. And there are other social forces that you can benefit from when you're fostering courage. One of the effects is called adaptation. I'm seeing a little typo there. I was trying to write discipline. Some people think, okay, I want to quit smoking, for example, and I'm going to foster my discipline to do that. And a much more effective way to change behaviors like stopping smoking, etc., is to be around people that have already achieved this goal or that don't show this behavior that you want to stop. And the same is true for courageous behavior that you want to increase. If you just be more around people that are further than you in courage development and showing courageous behavior, you will automatically, subconsciously adapt to these people. That's why it's called adaptation. And that's so much easier than focusing on trying to discipline and to control these impulses. Transforming self-cheat. There is a lot of procrastination. That's one of and perfectionism. There's a lot of factors that are part of self-cheat that are keeping you from showing courage and developing courage that you can tackle, that you can zoom into. And one big factor is about risk perception. People usually are not very good in perceiving and understanding risks. So they have a low risk quotient. And you can increase it. And in that way you can foster courage. So I've now just barely scratched the surface. And I think, looking at the time, I think next month I will go deeper in courageous cultures and what it means for companies and organizations to be in the vacuum of allowing other people to try new approaches, but no one has tried it before, so it's unknown what kind of risks you are dealing with, and how can you legitimize that behavior? How can you encourage that? Yeah, let's go. This is a teaser for next month.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Egbert.
I'm not completely finished.
No, no.
Okay. So there's basically my message is three things. You have to build courage, and then you have to dare to dream, and you're not going to be stuck with your dream. You need to practice what you preach. This is actually me there on top of a school with a slogan, and I decided, well, that's actually my slogan, so I want to claim it. I'm actually the guy in the right there in the smoke. I think I'm on fire there. And practice what you preach also means when you write a book. I've just finished a book about courage development. This is not promotion because it's in Dutch, and I think there's only Angelo that is understanding Dutch. And practice what you preach means, okay, promoting this book, why not launching the book into space? Because that's going to happen. And I hope this contributes to inspiring people to work on their courage. I mean, if I have been able to develop my courage with large anxiety disorder that I suffered from, then anyone can do it. You can learn courage. And if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
I think it's fascinating, Egbert, that you can learn courage. I know that in my own case, it is a bumpy path with fits and starts. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Is there a metric, you're calling a risk quotient, RQ? Is there a metric for measuring that the same way there is for IQ?
There are like 7 different approaches, and the scientists they're not agreeing as usual. But there are different approaches, and it depends on what type of courage goal do you have, and then you can use these different approaches to tailor the right one. It's possible, but it's complex.
I think anything that deals with the brain and how people react to the world is complex, which is why I don't spend a lot of time on that. I'd rather build an easier system like an elevator on the moon or a 15,000 person space station, because I don't understand the brain at all. We've got a request from the audience. Would you mind if we shared that PowerPoint?
Yeah, feel free. Please, I would be happy to.
Send it to Fabio. Fabio knows the drill. We will attach it to your speaker profile on the website. So George, we're working on that. When Egbert sends it over, Fabio will get it posted. So maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe in 5 minutes. We have no control over that. And Egbert's got a lot on his plate today. So give him some space to do that. All right. Egbert's got a lot on his plate today, so thank you for being here, by the way. When you talk about courage, and how many people have a PhD in courage, right? I mean, that was one of the first things that I was really thought was pretty remarkable about you, was that I had never heard of such a thing. So how did you decide that that's the thing that you wanted to focus on your educational career on? Like, why pick that?
Yeah, I felt like I missed something. I was seeking for a bit of adventure, and my first job. Well, actually, I've never had a job. I started as an entrepreneur directly after my organizational science studies. And fortunately it went well, but it felt like there's something doesn't add up. That this is not my thing. I need more. I loved these documentaries on Discovery about survival and like Bear Grylls. I think some people might know him, and that inspired me. And I don't care about these luxury things, so I thought, let's explore this world of survival and maybe explore some boundaries with people, with management teams, and then test it. But I came back from some of those adventures, and I decided, okay, yeah, they were great adventures, but it's too narrow. And okay, and then I understood, okay, but it has to do with courage, and that should be the focus. And courage can be applied in nature, outdoors, but also in a social setting and in a business setting. And that's where the seed started to grow, so to speak. And that's when I decided, okay, let's focus on courage. And I tried some approaches, and they were really appreciated. And I fine-tuned them. Then I think, okay, this feels really right. This is my thing. I should get this to the next level and see if it's possible, if I could do a PhD. I didn't believe it would. It was a challenge, but fortunately it worked out.
Your advisor, were they thumbs up or thumbs down when you first proposed it?
Well, I couldn't, I had trouble imagining that they would accept it so easily.
So it took courage to write a dissertation on courage.
Yeah, for sure. This is practice what you preach was all the way through the dissertation, and yeah.
How has that changed your own outlook to the world? Right? Are you that person with a spear standing up to the herd of mammoth?
No, I'm certainly not saying that I have so much courage. I like the physical courage challenges, like, I don't know, bungee jumping or parachute jumping or fire spitting or things like this, or fighting a mammoth if there would be one, maybe even that. My social courage, I think it's just average or less. But it definitely enriched my life in many ways. I mean, I would never have thought like 15 years ago when I was in the middle of severe depressions and anxiety disorders that I would ever even have a normal life, let alone be an entrepreneur, let alone start a space company or do a PhD thing. I wouldn't have imagined.
No, you can't. You can't. When you're in that valley, you can't see what your potential is. You have to make those decisions when you're above that valley. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
And the best part, I mean, I feel like people have so many talents, and they're held back by these limiting beliefs, and it's not, learning courage isn't so difficult. Maybe I'm the proof. If even I could develop courage to this extent, then people with more potential, what could they achieve? That would be amazing.
Are there any plans to translate your book from Dutch to English?
Yeah, I was just talking to this amazing person, Dr. Cheryl Lenz. I think you know her.
I think I do. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I met her through you, and she is she's positive about helping to translate it. So
good.
But one thing at a time.
Right.
Reproduction in space is even more important.
Right.
As a priority.
It is. So I want to take this moment to kind of provide a commercial and an outlook for the rest of the year. Dr. Edelbrook is going to be with us the entirety of this year's worth of programming. I am so committed to the work that he's doing. I'm going to say Holy Grail of space probably 50 times today. I'm so committed to the work that he's doing that rather than showcase my own project of the lunar elevator, I have chosen to showcase his work because I think his work actually supersedes my own. And so every month for the next year, he and his team are going to come on board and talk about progress, pitfalls, possibilities, policy. I don't know how many other P words I can come up with for alliteration, but we're going to talk about this reproduction in space problem because I think it is the very hardest problem in space. And it took courage to be here, so to embark on it in the first place. So thank you, Egbert, for you and your team and your approach. Next month, the theme of the topic always going to be around the 15,000 person space station, but next month we're going to talk about fact versus fiction about living in space. We're gonna bring in some authors. We're gonna bring in some astronauts to talk about what was imagined versus what is the hard reality of truth. The month after that, we're going to talk about. Oh, sorry, I had this backwards. What I just described, the fact versus fiction, is in 2 months. Next month is the talk that's going to describe all of the space stations that are kind of in development. There's 11 that we're tracking. 2 are real. 2 are governmental in development. They're pretty real. There are about 5 that I would call planned that are funded in the multi-hundred million billion range. And then there are a few that are aspirational where, they've got a small amount of money and a dedicated team and maybe they can pull something off or not. But along the way, Egbert's team is going to showcase their work, the success. They have some pretty big news. He's not going to go into his big news very much this time, I don't believe. But they do have some big news, so come back next month for that. And then the month after that, month number 4 in this series, is going to be requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trades, where we start looking at what does it take to actually build this system. And, because I think we're going to have kids in orbit. Egberts and his team are going to be a part of that conversation as well, like what requirements are necessary to have kids on orbit. So with that kind of prelude to the coming year, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Edelbrook to give the second part of his talk, which is reproduction in space. So the screen is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for mentioning the team, because you said my work, and yeah, I have a little part of it, but it's especially the people in the team.
Absolutely. They are all accountability partners too, by the way.
Exactly.
I chuckled as soon as I saw that. I'm like, we all have accountability partners, and we get more done when we share that stuff. So I was especially appreciative of that. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and let you show. Thanks a lot, sir.
So, switching from courage to the Starfleet Enterprise, not a very big step, because it's all about expanding the human comfort zone. And in this case, about babies in space, and what we are doing regarding researching and preparing for conception and early embryo development, and eventually, hopefully, also childbirth in space. We're not called Spaceborne United. We're called that for a reason, of course. So we do three things. And by the way, you're looking at the UFO-shaped building in the Netherlands, in Eindhoven, where we rent office space for Spaceborne United. We're really happy with the building. And what we do is three things. We research the conditions for human reproduction in space. And reproduction is not just one thing, it consists of many stages, and we want to address all these different stages of reproduction. The second is we translate the outcomes of that research into mission designs and a missions program, including the industry partners and academic partners that are necessary and willing and able to execute the missions in the program. And the third thing is we translate the research outcomes into the required biomedical equipment. And I'll go into the details later on. Probably people will ask themselves, why is this startup focusing on such a big challenge? Shouldn't this be something that NASA is already working on, or they should have figured it out, or the ESA or the others? That's what we believed ourselves, but it turned out to be that it's a very big challenge for them, because it's very difficult to spend taxpayer money on these ethically delicate matters. So that's not an option for them, and they're very explicit in it. And they're fortunately also explicit in embracing and encouraging focused companies like ours to address this crucial challenge. I mean, going to Mars or building a habitat in space for 15,000 people to have independent human settlements, that's pointless if nobody can figure out how we can also reproduce there. The other issues for the agencies like NASA, but also for the big companies like SpaceX, they have a need for short-term goals, especially the agencies. The taxpayers, they want to see a return on their investment, so to speak. And which is also something that is also very challenging is, if every 4 years or sometimes every 8 years, the leader of the nation changes, they need to, they usually change the policy. So the alternating political focus is really giving problems for NASA to work on these long-term challenges like reproduction. So as I mentioned, reproduction is not just one thing. You can divide it into different stages of reproduction. And initially, we focus on the first stage and the last stage, so conception. And there are different areas in space. We are one step at a time. We start in low Earth orbit. Same goes for childbirth. And meanwhile, we also monitor relevant developments that could later on help us with the other pieces of the puzzle, the other stages of reproduction. So we are closely monitoring developments, for example, regarding artificial wombs. But I'll get into that later. So what we are developing is for embryo development and conception in low Earth orbit is what we call ARTIS. So we are re-engineering existing IVF technology, which is called assisted reproductive technology, and we are extending it into space, and then you get ARTIS. And the obvious challenges for re-engineering this and applying IVF in space is all about radiation exposure, gravity levels, and some other details that are a little bit, that will take too much time for today. And our mission, in our missions program, will be a 5-day mission eventually. A 5-day mission in which the embryos will, in which the oocytes, the female reproduction cells, will be fertilized by the sperm cells, and then they will develop for 5 days. And after the 5 days, the development is paused because it's no longer safe to develop outside of the natural womb after 5 days. And on the left, you see an image of the technology that you find in the IVF clinics. This is a version, an embryo incubator, but they of course are designed for application on Earth in IVF clinics and not for application in space. So we are optimizing it in terms of smaller volume, smaller mass, better energy consumption levels, radiation protection, and protecting the embryos after 5 days for the rough re-entry ride with all the G peaks, the G forces, with cryogenic storage. So we freeze them after 5 days and then bring them back to the IVF clinic. We are also adding some functionalities to this technology because we also facilitate the conception, and we need to provide a healthy gravity level. So we include adjustable artificial gravity by rotating the device inside. And of course, there's no IVF experts there in space. It's an unmanned mission, so everything needs to be remotely controlled. And why are we doing this mission? The key scientific added value of this mission is to study embryo development in partial gravity, because in science we know a lot about normal gravity, Earth-like gravity. We know pretty much about microgravity that astronauts experience in the ISS, for example, but we know hardly anything about partial gravity. So there's a lot of data gaps, and we are filling them regarding embryos. So what kind of technologies are we exploring and applying to achieve this? We are very happy with all the progress in the world of organs on a chip, IVF on a chip, and the microfluidic technology. And that helps us to design and manufacture our BioCassette, our life support system, which can be 3D printed on a micro scale. And that will be put inside a pressurized vessel with the right gas mix and the other life control, the life support controls. This is our mission patch, actually, where it shows the embryo in an artificial environment above the Earth, and we're called Spaceborne United. So you see different skin colors because we want this historical event to be a very inclusive event. And it should not be a elite Western white people kind of event. It should be inclusive. So our biocassette, this is an artist impression, an early impression. We're now fine-tuning a lot more details, but this is what it in general will look like. So this is enabling all the logistics on the disk that is necessary for embryos to develop. And these disks, they will be placed in the artificial gravity generator, and then they will go on board the payload in the rocket. And you're looking at the option with the Launcher 1 system, which is a relatively small rocket. I think it's like 12 to 14 meters long, and it's placed under a Boeing at Virgin Orbit. The Cosmic Girl, they call their Boeing. And that's a smart approach, because in that way they can skip the first 12 kilometers of gravity and resistance from the atmosphere. So then you only need this small and much cheaper rocket to go to the low Earth orbit. But we have a partnership with them, but we kept exploring even better options. I'll go into that in a minute. So as I mentioned, we design the complete missions, all the mission stages, the pre-launch stage, the launch itself, and the operational stage in orbit, and also obviously the recovery stage, because we are working with a recoverable biosatellite. It re-enters back to the Earth, and the embryos can then be recovered and examined in the IVF clinic. These are different options. We have the Launcher 1 option, but it's cheaper than the big rocket, but it's still kind of expensive. We've been talking to Dawn Aerospace. They're making these unmanned, reusable spacecraft, really sustainable, modern technology, but it's not proven technology yet. They're very far. We're closely monitoring them, but we need more proven technology. And now we have, this is the question mark. This is what I will release next month. We have a partnership with a space launch provider that is even much better and affordable and sustainable than the Launcher 1 option. And this is the ESA Space Rider. They've reached out to us if we want to use their vehicle, but we have already chosen for the other one, which I will reveal next month. Yeah, we have our timelines. Of course, we will not start with human embryos. That is going to be really difficult for all the good reasons. There are legitimate ethical concerns before you can work with human embryos. You have to do a lot of research with animal embryos first. So our first mission will be using mouse embryos. A lot of details about the different domains we have to address. I mean, of course, there are these biomedical challenges, everything about embryo development. But as I was talking about ethical aspects, we also need to address ethical and legal challenges. I mean, this is all has also been part of the pneumonia process that Michael is helping us with. And of course, we have to look at all the space technology aspects to design the full mission. There is another application that we haven't been sharing a lot, but we are getting more and more suggestions from scientists that say that our IVF device could also be very helpful in studying and selecting, especially mammals, for the required biodiversity beyond Earth. If we want to have a human settlement, if beyond Earth, that could be a 15,000 people station, or a generation ship, or when we're going to Mars and we want to terraform Mars. Eventually, we also want nature and biodiversity It's going to be crucial for our own health. So we need to learn what kind of animals would thrive in a different gravity environment. And with our IVF device, we can adjust the gravity level to the Mars level, to the Moon level, to other levels, to learn what is the minimum level of gravity that human embryos or other mammalian embryos need for healthy development. But we are focusing on human reproduction first, and then it would be great if we could also help in studying mammals and embryo developments close to Earth, instead of a very expensive mission on Mars or near Mars. So we are working with all these different industry and academic partners. We're extremely happy with it. This is not even fully up to date, but I will reveal the new parties next month. One I can already reveal is the Denmark University of Technology. They're helping us to manufacture. We've requested them to manufacture the key elements of our life support disk. And as Michael said, we are really excited about the developments that are going on this year. Michael learned me that hardware beats PowerPoint, basically saying, yes, it's great if you have great plans and a great team and you're giving presentations, but well, that's different. That you're really going to a different level if you start making hardware. And now we are doing that this year. And that's a big step. And in the same year, we're taking another big step, because we can actually join a test flight into space, where our early IVF prototype will be tested for the first time. And it will also be recovered in a re-entry device. So that's another big step this year. And we aim to include a first space life science experiment on board this test. So it will contain mouse embryos and micro cameras to monitor the development. But there's that's going to happen this year. But there's a future of reproduction in space, and really interesting developments that we are following. I think most of you know the artificial womb that has been used for sheep. And today, these artificial wombs are especially designed to take care of premature babies that are born too early, and their lungs need to develop in a fluid environment, and that is therefore they need these new approaches, these new artificial wombs. And there's in the Netherlands a team, one of the 3 teams in the world, that is working on the human version of this. They received a lot of money, I think something like 3 million euros to develop the human version. And the people that we're working with, they're also looking into this. And there is this Next Nature network initiated by Professor van Mensvoort. And one of their projects is called Reprodutopia, Reproduction Utopia. So they're exploring really exotic future approaches to reproduction that even include animals carrying human babies. So imagine what that would look like. Other really important developments that able opportunities for the future is the work of Dr. Jacob Hanna and his team in Israel. They usually have to take out the embryos in vitro after 5 days, because then they need to go back in the natural uterus for further development. But this team succeeded in extending the period outside of the natural womb. So they have this artificial womb, and they actually succeeded in growing mouse embryos for 11 days. That's more than half the gestation period for them. And they aim to even further extended to, well, eventually full development, full pregnancy in an artificial womb. And a lot of, well, some scientists, some experts, they are convinced that also our mission, our 5-day mission, could in the future extend to a longer mission. I hope Detina is still with us today regarding future options of reproduction. And in that case, she will be explaining a lot more of the work that Chris Mason is doing. He's exploring the options for genetic improvement of embryos of humans, and that's really the future. But he has been working on a roadmap, a 10-stage roadmap, looking at re-engineering options, eventually to support expanding our human comfort zone onto other worlds. I can really recommend at least looking at YouTube, the interview. It's a 1-hour interview with Dr. Mason, in which he explains this roadmap. And I'd like to close with a Carl Sagan citation. I really agree with him that our space exploration plans are best described as a dandelion spreading the seeds of life into space. And I would be happy to answer any further questions.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute. Like a year and a half into this, 2 years into it, I still fumble with this, right? So you bring up a lot of topics here. For most of us, this is a brand new topic. So really appreciate you kind of going into some details given the background. It's really necessary. We're going to get into some of the questions in a moment. No surprise, there are ethical questions. We're going to talk about that in just a minute, but I want to go back. Don't pull it up, but on one of your slides, you showed a flight this year for artists. Is that correct? Is that
well,
it said 2022, so I don't want to put you on the spot if that's not accurate, but I just wanted to check.
Well, I'm happy that you mention it, because our website is really behind. We haven't been updating it for a year. There's too much work on our plate.
It's too much work to do the website. Yeah, I know that. I know that.
We haven't prioritized updating the website. We try to update the LinkedIn as much as possible, but we are, well, a little bit understaffed. But we're working on it, and there's progress. But the website is really not, and the missions program, the timing is. Let me quickly explain also the timing for what we call Mission Cradle, childbirth in space. I mean, we couldn't possibly put a year tag on that, right. As it depends on developments of the space tourism industry. That will create spacecrafts with much more comfortable G profiles, with much less G forces, which will be crucial for any pregnant woman going into or re-entering from space. So, but in a nutshell, don't look too much on the website, or we will be updating it.
Cool. Definitely post your company links to the chat so people can follow that. And if you're saying that LinkedIn is really where the current information is, then I'm going to encourage everybody to go there. I know you've got a lot more to cover the rest of the day. Take just a few minutes, 3 minutes till we transition, to talk about some of the ethical elements here. Just top of the head. I know you've got, like, there's 50 different ways you can go with this. Go any direction you like.
Yeah. Ethical questions are crucial, and they're legitimate. And we've learned a lot from what happened with when IVF was invented some 40 years ago, and there are ethical but also religious concerns, like what are you guys doing with this miracle of God? And it took 10 years before most countries and most people started to accept IVF as an opportunity, as something that is not touching the miracle of God, if you look at it that way. It's just extending it, and it's creating this beautiful opportunities for all these people that cannot get pregnant in a natural way. And we have Professor Verbeek. He's an ethical expert, and he knows all the details about the IVF cases, and we really value that, because that helps us to have a good look at all the ethical concerns that we have to deal with. I mean, you want to prevent suffering, and you have to be really careful with human tissues, and so we're doing everything to make sure that we're not overlooking ethical concerns, but we're also open to the approach where, well, there are all these threats to human life on Earth, climate change, pandemics, asteroid collisions, supervolcanoes, etc., etc. So even if you don't believe in climate change, there's all the other risks to life on Earth. It would also probably not be ethical if we wouldn't learn how to reproduce in space.
Right.
I mean, there's 8 billion people at stake, and the next generations. But we're not focusing too much on all the we don't want to foster fear, like, oh, life on Earth is threatened. Yes, it is, but there are so many other good reasons why it would be amazing to become a multiplanetary species, and to life on Earth will improve dramatically with all the innovation spin-off that is created from the life science experiments and the technical experiments, the innovations. So
absolutely,
it's that my 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, we're going to transition. Stick around, Dr. Edelbrook. We'll be speaking with you again. I'm going to turn it over to Taylor for a moment. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Another thanks to you, Dr. Edelbrook, for your comments, your striking comments on courage, as well as on IVF and space and the developments there. Next up, we have Dr. Angelo Vermeulen on evolving spaceships and habitats. Angelo Vermeulen, PhD, is a space systems researcher, biologist, artist, and candidate. He was concepts at TU Delft with a specific focus on self-replicating architecture and biological life support. He has a deep interest in complex system science and is fascinated by principles of self-organization, emergence, and evolution. Vermeulen was crew commander of the first NASA-funded high seas Mars simulation in Hawaii. He is also an artist and co-founder of SEEDS, which is Space Ecology's Art and Design. Dr. Vermeulen, the floor or the screen is yours.
Hi, checking again whether you can hear me. Starting to share my screen. Let's see if we can get this to work. Just a second. And then I'm gonna change the display settings. All right. Can you see my slides full screen? All good? All right. Well, thanks for having me, of course. This is a wonderful company to be in, and thinking about bringing humanity to outer space, not just one by one, or as we are now doing, 4 by 4 or 6 in a craft, but really thousands of people, bringing thousands of people into space is actually something that I'm very interested in myself. I'm working on this topic from a slightly different angle, from a very particular biologically inspired angle. And today I will share with you this very specific perspective. The world of space, of course, of space research is not just happening, it's not just being developed in outer space. There is the concept of space analogs. There are multiple types of space analogs that have been developed all over the world over the past decades. And this is just a few of those examples. There's, for example, the Eden ISS test station that was built in Antarctica. This was basically a food production unit, a unit that was producing hundreds of kilos of fresh produce over multiple months in an environment that otherwise obviously would be impossible for growing anything at all. The Lunar Palace is actually a very interesting facility in China and set up by Beijing University. It's basically a system that is focused on bioregenerative life support. And that's actually a topic that I will be addressing later on in my talk. There's also NEMO, which is quite famous as the underwater facility that is used for training astronauts. The interesting thing with NEMO is that the environment is much closer to space because it's a very dangerous environment. I mean, it's like, well, just like in space, you can't just open the door and walk out, which in the other examples, you can still theoretically walk out and not get killed straight away. And then there's also the Mars 500 experiment that was run a couple of years ago in Moscow. So you can see that all over the world, these different approaches are being used to set up space analogs to train and to investigate what it means to bring people in this new environment of space with all its constraints. Now, what is typical for space analogs is that each analog focuses on one particular or a couple of particular challenges. You will never encounter a space analog that tries to simulate every single aspect of a space station or living in space. That is very typical. As was already announced in the introduction, I participated in the HI-SEAS program. HI-SEAS is a NASA-funded program, was started as a NASA-funded program. Right now, it shifted to a more commercial program, but the first 6 missions were actually NASA-funded. And the goal of the HI-SEAS program was specifically to investigate the long-term effects of isolation on the dynamics of small groups of people working under high workloads and without much contact with the outside world, except for delayed email. It is built, the facility consists of a dome with a sea can attached next to it with some technical facilities and some storage space. It's a quite limited space. It's built or temporarily set up on the flank of the Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii, specifically because the geology there is very close to the geology of Mars, but also because the facility is easily accessible during the whole year, but at the same time, it's very isolated. It's very different than setting up an analog mission in Antarctica, for example, which is much more difficult to get to. I was part of the first mission. I was actually the crew commander of the very first mission, and I lived with 5 other colleagues for 120 days locked up in that dome with a diameter of 11 meters. This is the crew. We were with 4 Americans, 1 European, and 1 Canadian member. And even within the American team, there was quite a lot of cultural variation, Russian American, Puerto Rican, African American. So that made it very interesting. And for those who know or might recognize her, on the right-hand side, that's Cyan Proctor, who actually went to joined Inspiration 4, the SpaceX mission, that the space tourism mission that took 3 days and circled 3 days around the Earth. And so I know Cyan pretty well, and it was a very special moment, I must say, when I could see her being launched live into space. We all have the same dream, and she was the first to make it out into space. It was pretty amazing. These are some impressions of our experience during HI-SEAS. The daily activities consisted of activities that are analog to what an astronaut would have to do on the surface of Mars. There was robotics research. On the top left, you can see me. I'm actually doing remote operation of a lunar rover in a fake lunar landscape in Canada from a fake Martian habitat in Hawaii. That's how it all connects. Lower left, you can see some microbiology research, which is done by Jahaida Sierra Sastre, one of our crew members. And this was specifically to investigate the usefulness of antimicrobial textile. This was textile that was coated or impregnated with copper particles. And the idea was that the less bacteria develop, because copper inhibits the growth of bacteria, the less bacteria develop, the less odors develop, and you can keep your clothes for a longer period of time. So this kind of very practical research was, of course, an exercise regime. And we were allowed to go outside in mock-up spacesuits. These are not real spacesuits. The spacesuits function mostly to inhibit your movement and to insulate you from the outside world. So basically you have no real direct contact with the outside air for those 4 months that we were living there. Needless to say that I learned a lot during these missions, quite a life-changing experience. And some of the things that I learned were really on levels that you might not immediately expect. First of all, during high seas, during our mission in high seas, we did an extensive food study. The problem with space food is that because it's pre-prepared, there's always the risk of menu fatigue, and it does happen. The psychological phenomenon where people just get basically sick and tired of eating the same pre-prepared food all the time and start eating less, which you don't want, of course. And a possible solution for this would be to allow astronauts to cook their own meals. And this is what we were studying. We basically had a schedule of 2 days of pre-prepared food, like analog astronaut food, and then 2 days of cooking. But the interesting thing was that we were given an open supply of shelf-stable ingredients, but no further instructions. We could improvise, and we were basically being studied as guinea pigs, figuring out our food. And then, since this was science, we basically, for each portion of food that we put on a plate, we had to weigh it, we had to film it with a webcam, we had to fill out a form evaluating the food before we ate it, and then once we ate it, we had to evaluate it again. So there was a lot of paperwork involved in, going through that food study. The conclusions, of course, some of the conclusions, not surprisingly, the meals that we were allowed to make ourselves were appreciated much more than the pre-prepared food, of course. On the other hand, pre-prepared meals were much appreciated because they really reduced the time that you would have to spend on preparing food, and you could use that time for your research. So when you're under a high pressure to do a lot of research, sometimes you actually want some pre-prepared food. So actually finding a balance between the two seems like a good solution. Now the thing is, and I can talk a lot more about this, so I'm going to try and keep it short here because I have much more other things to discuss here, is that there was really an interesting, the psychological and social role of food became very apparent to me. We're talking about creativity here, about crew cohesion, about bringing people together, about stimulating discussion, about connecting people. It's one of the cores of being human. Ideally, from a technological perspective, we would just take a tube. The archetype of space food, a tube with some compressed meal, you just squeeze it in your mouth and you're done with it. That doesn't work at all. There is still that human factor. And I think we can't even, with genetic engineering, Egbert just talked about it, improving human genetics to go into space. I don't think on that level we can change that. And maybe we shouldn't change that, because it's really important if we go into deep space, especially with these larger settlements, how do we keep those elements, those cultural elements that are typical for what it means to be human? How do we translate them into deep space? So this opens up a whole conversation. Like I said, I'm going to keep it short here. And then the second component, apart from the food study, was that I personally learned a lot more about leadership and crew cohesion. This was really a shift in my life. I'm an artist, as you could hear during the introduction. I'm a community artist next to being a biologist and a space systems researcher. I've built community art with complex teams all over the planet in disaster zones in Southeast Asia, and I've worked in Latin America and the United States and Europe and different places. So I'm used to work with people, but here, instead of approaching it strictly artistically and very intuitively, I had to be much more conscious what it meant to be a commander of such a mission. And I learned a lot about this, and maybe in the Q&A I can talk more about this. Now, moving on, this is related to the food study, of course. What does a human body need when it's in outer space, or when in any, not just in outer space? What does a human body need in general? And what is important when we develop life in outer space? There is a supply of oxygen that is needed, of course, an amount of food, and an amount of water. And this is really what you can see in this slide is really pretty much the minimum you need to keep people happily alive. I mean, if you go below that, it's going to get more and more difficult to keep people alive. So that's really a key challenge here. I mean, we can build infrastructures for thousands of people. This needs to be part of the conversation. How are you going to supply all of this on a daily basis? You could be like, oh, well, we'll just ship it from Earth. Well, you're not going to Amazon it every single day from Earth. That's just not going to work. So you really need some thorough rethinking on how to provide that. Building space settlements, it's not just building infrastructure that is shielding you from radiation and protecting and giving you all the amenities to live comfortably. The metabolism of the entire structure really needs to be looked into much more closely. The idea of solving that problem using ecology is actually an old idea. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, he invented so much before anything was there. I mean, that's just always so mind-blowing when you dive into his work. So I was diving into the sketchbooks and I found these images that are actually probably the earliest images in history of using a biological or a bioregenerative life support system, using living ecology to sustain people in space instead of just the astronauts being strictly dependent on supplies from Earth. You can see the kind of rocket shape there, and then very primitive. It was a very kind of almost naive drawings where people are floating in zero G surrounded by an ecosystem. There's of course a whole history on designing and experimenting with bioregenerative ecosystems. There are very famous examples. BIOS 3, for example, is a very interesting project that started early on in the 70s in the USSR, in which people were locked up with crops and algae to see if they could live together in exchanging CO2 and oxygen. And all the while, the crops would also provide food for the test people living in that fully insulated environment. There was also Biosphere 2 in America, American version, much bigger, much more spectacular. But it's interesting that actually the BIOS 3 people were actually involved in the development of Biosphere 2. So there was a direct translation of some of the lessons learned in BIOS 3 to Biosphere 2. Biosphere 2 is also famous because it's considered by some as a failed experiment. It's a bit difficult to judge from a scientific perspective. It definitely wasn't as successful as people were hoping, but you can't really say it's a failure. I mean, even if the results were negative, some things didn't work out, that's still scientific knowledge. The biggest problem is I think with Biosphere 2 on scientifically is that the data were basically stolen, probably. Nobody really knows. And Steve Bannon, of all people, is basically very responsible, is behind this. Nobody really knows the truth, what happened as soon as he took over. The valuable data of 2 years of living with plants and animals in this facility were basically disappeared, which is a real shame. Honestly, as an ecologist, I would love to dive into those data to see and to examine what hopefully one day they will resurface. But more other things that were problematic in the setup were there were social and psychological problems. Basically, in the 2-year mission, there were 2 fractions that started developing, and sort of psychological warfare kind of emerged between those 2 factions, which is very relevant for what we're talking about here today. I mean, we are talking about keeping an ecological system, building an ecological system that can keep people together. But what also approached before, the social and psychological component is definitely as important. And it's because of the constrained environment that these things can go in different directions than what we're used to on Earth. And specifically what happened here, for example, is that the oxygen levels were lowering, the food supply was lowering, and this made all the already existing tensions even worse, of course. So there's this interesting interplay between technology, ecology, and social psychological dynamics, and they can start running off in their own direction. These are things that we need to think about when we're designing these large-scale habitats. Now, the European Space Agency also has its own concept of a bioregenerative ecosystem. The previous examples are not really useful at this point. They're not space applications yet. They're not intended as direct space applications. This is a bit more geared to get closer to a space application. It's called Melissa. It's a circular system. The concept consists of 5 compartments. Humans are one of the 5 compartments. It's basically a cycling of waste materials of humans through an artificial ecosystem. It means that all the waste materials of the astronauts, and this is every single thing that comes out of a human body, toilet waste, urine, sweat, everything goes through a first bioreactor in which all the waste is being fermented. And then there are 2 more subsequent bioreactors with different bacteria that in the end turn everything into nitrates and CO2 for plants and algae that produce oxygen and food for the astronauts. So theoretically, we have a perfectly closed loop, which would be perfect, of course. I mean, this would solve a lot of problems if we can build a system like this. You would really minimize the need for constant resupply from Earth and have a very sustainable and extremely sustainable system. I call it molecular sustainability. It's a level of thinking about sustainability which is really very extreme. You're starting to think about resources on a molecular level. It's really the idea, it's the mental image of looking at waste as molecules that you just take apart and then reassemble into functioning units again. And looking at every single molecule as being valuable. Definitely in deep space, that's the case, of course, because it's just an effort to bring everything there. And the beauty is that by using that perspective, this quite extreme perspective on sustainability, this also is useful back on Earth. So it's one of those examples in which space technology really benefits both life on Earth and life in outer space. Now, in my current research, I'm actually going one step further. I'm going beyond exploring near Earth or the solar system, and I'm interested in interstellar exploration, human interstellar exploration, which is technically at this point not possible. It's theoretical research. There's a whole community of people working on this. Most of the efforts go into investigating propulsion mechanisms that could bring us beyond the edge of the solar system. For a good reason, because that's probably the first thing to start with. With our team, we decided to look at everything else. Basically everything in front of propulsion. What about the whole system? What about the architecture in front? What about the actual vessel that you're going to bring into deep space? One of the characteristic qualities of interstellar space is that when you're exploring interstellar space, you're dealing with uncertainty, with a high degree of uncertainty. It's very different than when you look at the Apollo program, for example. During the Apollo program, each subsequent Apollo mission would get a little closer to the moon, which would then return to Earth. And this was planned because they wanted to map all the possible issues and problems that could pop up and learn from that and optimize the system. And it's for a reason that Apollo 11 was the one that finally landed on the moon. That's because this is this incremental developments approach that NASA used at the time. Now, for interstellar exploration, that is actually that's not the most ideal way to go about it. You can't really go a little bit interstellar, discover a few things are not really as they should, go all the way back to Earth, fix them again, and then go. It would take centuries to get anywhere. So you need a different approach. But that's, of course, a major problem for an engineer. You're asking an engineer to figure out a system for a range of challenges that you have to acknowledge that you don't know. How on earth is it going to happen? Well, that's where biology comes in. And so the concept we've been focusing on the past couple of years at Delft University of Technology is, can we conceive of a growing and evolving spacecraft, a dynamic spacecraft that can actually adapt and adjust during its journey instead of a fixed top-down design? So I've been working on this with a whole number of people. Here you have the people that have been involved over the past couple of years. And typically for the teams that I build is that I explicitly look for a multidisciplinary approach, people working in different fields. You can see all kinds of different fields here. There are artists and illustrators, programmers, aerospace engineers, all kinds of people have contributed to shaping up this concept. Now, to introduce the concept, we're basically using 2 technological pillars. One is asteroid mining, the other one is 3D manufacturing in space. I think this crowd here listening to these talks probably knows quite a bit about asteroid mining, asteroids as having a lot of resources, and asteroid mining, something that there is a lot of interest in. There were a few companies that were founded a couple of years ago. I think they went out of business again, but that's more, I look at it as a false start. This is gonna be part of humanity. At a certain point, Earth is gonna be nurtured by the results of asteroid mining. I think this is a logical sequence in human civilization, but not only to cover up the missing elements or the scarcities that will happen on Earth, but also to develop in-space infrastructure. And for that, probably 3D manufacturing is going to be a key component. The idea of building infrastructure in space instead of building it on Earth and then in smaller segments, sending it to space and assembling it there, building the entire structure in space. I think I wasn't present yesterday during the presentations, but I heard from Michael that yesterday was a lot about space manufacturing. So I think this fits in there. There is 3D manufacturing happening in space right now on board of the International Space Station. So the concept that we're developing is the following. And once again, this is theoretical research. We're not developing hardware, not yet. The idea is to take an asteroid and to use robotics to mine the interior of the asteroid and to use that material to build a modular architecture, a modular 3D printed architecture, partly inside and outside of the asteroid. And it's basically the combination of the asteroid and this machine-made architecture that becomes the spacecraft. The idea of transforming an asteroid into a spacecraft is not a new one. There is science fiction examples about this. In computer games, for example, in science fiction computer games, like in Mass Effect, famous series, you find explicit examples of this. The difference is that we're taking it out of science fiction and we're starting to do the math. We're starting to investigate, okay, what are the advantages of using such an approach? And the way the structure is being conceived is not as a structure that is pre-designed, but as a structure that is gradually developing over time using robotics, using printing robots that gradually develop the structure according to evolving needs and challenges. And in this way, we're basically stepping into the relatively recent field of morphogenetic engineering. Morphogenetic engineering is only a couple of decades old. It's a different paradigm on engineering solutions. The easiest way to explain it is using termites. Termite mounds are actually the cooling towers that sit on top of termite colonies. Termite colonies are basically a farm of fungi with all the larvae and the younger termites living in there. Needs a lot of oxygen, but in a tropical climate, you want to bring in oxygen, but you don't want to bring in the heat. And these cooling towers have such a ingenious structure that they can actually accomplish this sort of passive cooling, a particular orientation, a particular morphology of all the ventilation shafts. The thing is, when a new colony is being built, there is no master termite with a blueprint on how that termite colony should look like. The structure emerges out of the interaction between the termites, and that's the beauty of it. So it's a very well engineered structure, but there was never a blueprint to begin with. It's really because of the interactions between the termites that the structure emerges, and it's this kind of approach that we are using as well. I'm going to ask Michael, how many minutes do I have really I see the time is running fast.
You're really close. If you want to have a little Q&A, we're going to have to cut you off. If you want to keep going, you've got 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll probably keep going a little bit more. Now, on top of a structure that is actually growing, we've also included the idea that the printers, the machines that actually produce that structure, can also replicate themselves. This is based on the work of John von Neumann with his investigations of self-replicating automata. It was explored by NASA in the 80s, but it has never been picked up. That the construction machines can actually build copies of themselves, and it adds a level of dynamics to our concept. And then the third aspect is we're dealing with deep uncertainty in interstellar space, mostly because of radiation and the presence of particles and dusts. that can cause a lot of damage to the ship. And so we want to include in our concept an evolutionary possibility. So the morphology of the architecture can actually reshape itself. So in essence, we basically are talking about three principles from biology that we're trying to include. It's growth, self-replication, and evolution, and bringing that all into a concept of a future spacecraft. Now, when developing the computer model, we were like, okay, we might come up with more insights on how to bring a structure, a spacecraft structure, structurally intact to a destination, but that's not enough to evaluate the success of the mission. We need to know if everything inside is still alive. So that's why we decided to create a virtual ecosystem that we could build into the architecture. And for that, we actually use the Melissa ecosystem. So we make a virtual version of the Melissa ecosystem. Here is an overview of the computer model. It basically brings all of these ideas together. You start with an asteroid. There is a regenerative ecosystem and a self-replicating architecture all connected to each other. I'm going to skip these. This brings me basically to the end of my presentation. The focus is really on these two principles. The need for a bioregenerative approach if we want to bring a lot of people to space. And then secondly, the need for a bio-inspired approach if we want to build systems that we throw into environments where there is a lot of uncertainty. And that basically summarizes my talk. Thank you.
Beautiful, Dr. Vermeulen, thank you so much. I don't know if you were watching the screens, but when you pulled up the Tsiolkovsky images, I had never seen those. Those are amazing. I would love to see those if you have copies of that or something.
Yes, I will send them.
I don't know if you know that he's, you mentioned he invented basically everything. He invented the space elevator also.
Yeah, right.
And obviously he's a hero of mine, and I had never seen those images. I'm fascinated by them. So thanks for sharing that.
You're welcome.
I do think that the work you're doing is pretty essential. By the way, I have one of my more favored interns was Delft Technical University graduate from 2000. I don't know, 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay.
Jasper Baumeister. I think he's still.
Okay.
I think he's still out there. Yeah,
that could be. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, sir. We're going to move on. We're going to ask everybody to we'll bring this up a couple times today, but we're putting together a Discord channel for building community, building resources, building knowledge. So if Fabio or Taylor, if you could post that Discord channel, that's kind of where we're going to be sharing. So we're inviting all of the speakers and all of the attendees to be a part of that. So thanks very much, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to turn it over to Taylor for our next speaker. Thanks, sir.
And Dr. Vermeulen, for your comments on evolution, ecology, environments, and for the nods to regenerative design, which of course always ties into regenerative economics. And next up, we have Dr. Elias Marquez. He will be covering the social and biological challenges of human populations in space. Rafael Elias Marquez, PhD, is a biologist. He obtained his MSc in biochemistry and immunology and PhD in immunology from Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais in Brazil. He spent time abroad at Baylor University and at the Rega Institute in Leuven, Belgium. Nowadays, Rafael is a researcher at CNP Synchrotron Source, where he leads a group focused on the study of immunology and virology, notably on how viral infections may lead to severe diseases in humans. Dr. Marquez, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Taylor. Thanks for introducing me so kindly. I will share my screen now. Just a second. Okay, can you see my screen? All right, so I would like to start by thanking all of you for being here, for inviting me to be here, for opening this invitation so I can share some of the work we've been doing. I also have to thank Egbert in advance for introducing me to this event, for explaining what this event is all about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about social and biological challenges of human population in space. We had such exciting presentations from Egbert and from Angelo. It was the first time I ever see him speak with something incredible, some interesting concepts. And I would like to show you some things. First, I would like to explain to you guys what is the place where I work at. It's the Brazilian Center. This acronym here is the acronym for the Brazilian Center for Research in Energy and Materials. And this is somewhat of a quite different approach that we have in Brazil. Usually most of the academic research is performed at universities, and we have just a few private-public partnerships, including CNPM, which was created in the 1980s to manage the first particle accelerator in Brazil, which was called UVX. This is somewhat different from one of the most famous particle accelerators, which is the LHC, which is located in Europe. The LHC is a proton accelerator, a particle that has mass. And the accelerators that we have here, and the recent version is called Sirius, is this big donut here, is an electron accelerator. And the difference that we have.
Raphael, pardon me,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt. I think you're still on the first screen, so you're not sharing the full screen. We're just seeing your because you're on slide number 2, correct?
Yeah, slide number 2 is a white slide. Can you see?
We are seeing slide number 1 still.
Let's start again. Wait.
Sorry about that.
No, my bad. Let's try again. So, are my slides changing now?
Go to the next one. I think that, yep, there you go. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry
great.
to interrupt.
No, my mistake. So this is the big donut I was talking about, this particle accelerator here. I hope you're seeing my pointer. This is an electron accelerator. So the difference between a proton accelerator like LHC in Europe and an electron accelerator is that the electron accelerator creates synchrotron light, which is a type of radiation that, if in a simple way to describe it, turns this into a big microscope. So you can see matter in quite some different views. You can look at soft matter, biological matter, hard matter. You can see different particles, different energies. So it's a very complex machine. And then I work with viruses. So what a virologist would be doing, I'm also a biologist like Angelo is. So what should I be doing here? And this is one of the examples of what we can do here. What you're looking at is one of the proteins of SARS-CoV-2, is a protease, and this synchrotron light is used to elucidate the structure of viral proteins. So you can see something like this. You have a site in the viral protein where the virus executes a certain enzymatic activity, which is essential for replication. So you can use this radiation to see how viral enzymes work, for example. And then we also have this different example here, which is a tomography, pretty much like the ones that we do in hospitals when you have lesions in the inner parts of our body, to the bones, to the muscles, to the organs. And then we can see something like this. Look at the bone structure, look at the soft tissue composition. We can even see the fur on the top of this is a mouse paw. And we use this to study infection. So infect these mice with a certain virus. The virus causes a disease which affects muscle and bones, and then we're able to see something like this: how the bone mass is changed, how the muscle mass is changed. And also this is something that we see and observe in people that go to space. So people that are subjected to microgravity, they present an important bone loss, an important muscle mass loss that impacts overall health. And of course, every virologist in the world had to turn their eyes to SARS-CoV-2 for a while. This is me here next to a professor at the State University of Campinas. And we're inside a BSL-3 laboratory, isolating and studying what SARS-CoV-2 can do to our cells. So this is just a big introduction to show how it's necessary to understand certain aspects of biology in order to kind of predict what problems we might face in the near future. I think we all agree that space exploration is something that is going to happen. It's somewhat necessary to happen, and certainly going to lead to a big advancement in so many fields of our lives. You are seeing a different view of SARS-CoV-2 inside our cells here. This is a human cell in the center, an immune system cell, and you have plenty of little SARS-CoV-2 particles inside the cell just entering and prepared to perform all sorts of problems for us at this stage. This is what a virus looks like. So I would like to show this to you guys so we can understand quite some differences between scales and between the life forms and microorganisms, and how can we relate to these viruses. So we're looking at a particle which is composed of lipids, sugars, nucleic acids, and proteins. And this is a 50 nanometer particle capable of subverting all of our systems. So we cannot completely separate us from microorganisms. They're always going to be with us. In this case, this is a virus that is transmittable to us by mosquitoes, but we have plenty of viruses habitating us the whole time. So when we go to outer space, whether we like it or not, we're bringing these microorganisms with us. Viruses, bacteria, fungi. And these microorganisms, we live with them in a certain balance. And I think Angelo gave a nice example when he mentioned the studies that were performed studying the microorganisms, the bacteria that generate body odor. Unfortunately, we cannot get rid of them, but it would be best that we get rid of them in our clothes or depending on the type of our food. So this is something that we need to take care of. And how this whole virology scenario can be joined with the space. My wife got pregnant in December 2016. And by the time I read an editorial in Nature, which was citing a work from Professor Konrad Sosik, which is a philosopher in Poland. He is also now working in the United States. And I sent him an email to congratulate him on being cited in this editorial and to propose another discussion, because in this editorial, something about religion and culture was mentioned and some problems were anticipated. And I suggested to him that maybe there are other issues that are also very important that we discuss in advance, such as reproduction. And he completely agreed, and we start discussing, and we start a conversation that eventually led to the work that I'm going to show you guys here. So I had some knowledge previous about gestation and pregnancy because of the study of Zika virus. I believe many of you have heard of Zika virus. We had an epidemic of Zika virus about 8 years ago. And Zika virus is one of these viruses that I used to work with, and that causes malformations. So pregnant women that are infected with this virus, they can develop some severe forms of disease that can result in loss of the fetus or malformations that will be carried on during the whole life of this newborn person. We studied this in mice, and what we can see is that we have females that are positive for virus. We have embryos that are positive for virus. Some are not. We have placentas that are positive for virus as well. And this depends on the background of the mice that you use, which kind of recapitulate the diversity of people. And something that we observe is that we have this difficulty of certain infected embryos to close a certain gap that appears during development, and this kind of leads to the malformations that we observe in newborns infected with Zika virus, that leads to the whole complications that we are trying to prevent. So the whole thing is that pregnancy is a complicated thing, even in Earth. Fortunately, we have some important developments in the last century that resulted in quite some advances. And both mother and child in many parts of the world stop dying from complications in pregnancy. So the result that we had is that we had some knowledge on pregnancy, some knowledge on infection, a whole completely interest in the space and Mars colonization, and some moral dilemmas that were placed by Professor Sosik. And this whole combination resulted in a collaboration between a virologist and Polish philosophers, which was something extremely interesting to do, and eventually led me here, led me to meet Egbert, and led me to talk about this with you guys at this event. And what are these biological and social challenges? What could we notice from discussion, from studying? What can we anticipate from that? Is that a manned mission to Mars and the establishment of the first human settlement is expected to take place in 20 years or less. Consider what you guys have been saying. Maybe before that, we'll see how it comes. There are many motivations that we're all aware of: economical, technological, exploration, expansion. And there are so many challenges: space travel, medical challenges, biological challenges, social and ethical. And to establish a colony is likely to bring many of the problems that we already have on Earth. So how can we deal with that in a very different setup? And what can we anticipate from that? Of course, considering a long-term colony, human reproduction will likely take place, either spontaneously, due to our relationships, the way we behave, or as a necessary mean to continue the colony, to have further generations of people living there. And reproduction is something that obviously involves many aspects of human life and is subject to various disciplines. So the logistics of human reproduction should be carefully determined to conciliate the reality of a colony in Mars. We have plenty of discussions. Angelo and Egbert were also mentioning that resources are going to be something that are really going to be thought out in a colony in such a place such as Mars. And how should a Martian colony maintain a balance between reproductive rights and the necessity for reproduction, and how the colony should deal with that? How can we ensure the success of human reproduction? Could we sustain continuous human generations in Mars? Is this something that we can anticipate? Is something that is possible? And how, if any, will these biological and medical challenges affect our moral thinking? I'll put this in details right next in the next slides. But the goal that we had was to identify and to enumerate potential problems when we're going to colonize Mars, especially focusing on the point of reproduction. So the first thing is that in any way that we thought of, human reproduction will be necessary. So if we're going to establish a colony that is going to endure for decades to centuries, obviously going to have reproduction there. And this will be necessary for survival and subsequent expansion of a colony in outer space, or in a planet, or in a satellite. Obviously, we're going to have regular immigration from Earth, which prevents consanguinity. So this meaning that if you have people that are way too much related in a certain population, genetic diseases may arise, and this is something that we want to prevent. And miscegenation is the best way to prevent it. A minimal viable population, this is probably outdated, since we calculated this and we studied this around 2018 or 19. Of a given vertebrate species may be around 6,000 individuals, adult individuals. And I'm not sure, I heard some of you speaking about it, but I don't know when we're going to reach a colony this big that will be self-sustainable in terms of reproduction. It's unknown how many people would be willing to live permanently on Mars. I'm not sure of that either. So how many people are willing to leave Earth and to start a life in a different planet? But we thought of something. Humans born and raised on Mars are likely to be better adapted psychologically and physiologically to live in the planet. So this is another reason that would add up to the necessity of having people being born in Mars. And also willing to accept ideologies, training, and the culture of a place that is not Earth, or is not any of the countries that we live in now. So what are the social and ethical challenges of reproduction? In terms of value of human life, this is something that we expect to change because on Earth, the human life is the greatest asset, the greatest value that we have. Human life cannot be exchanged. It's yours. It must be protected at all costs. This is a value that we have here. On Mars, the value of the community, the colony, in terms of survival of everyone and the effort that is being made for I don't know how long, will likely be greater than the value of a single individual. So if you want something, if you want to have a kid, and your community is not supportive of it, you may be putting everyone at risk. So this is something that we expect to change in an environment that is so inhospitable as in a Martian colony. New ecological factors such as radiation, microgravity may also account on this value of human life. So how are people going to relate in this scale of what is more important? Is the group, is an individual, are our freedoms? And this is likely going to result in a change in abortion policy because here in Earth, we have an evolving concept. We have more restrict, conservative, and more liberal places where you can have abortions or not. I'm pro-abortion in this case. And in Mars, we expected this practice to be way more liberal. Because if you're thinking of a community and you have an unwanted pregnancy, the last thing that you want is for that child to be born. So this is something that people there might want to reconsider. Again, thinking about the colony rather than the individual. So another 2 points regarding the social and ethical challenges. Mars will have different moral values. We can anticipate that because we have so many different human cultures here on Earth. And in Mars, we're likely going to have yet another different one because of this difference in condition, in the environment, in how people relate to each other. Some moral values will change. Privacy will certainly change, as Angelo pointed out. And to maximize the success of reproduction should result in the loss of personal freedoms. Of course, we will also have to conciliate cultures and religion to maximize pro-social and comparative behavior so that this notion of community and to preservation of the colony is greater than the risks that everyone is willing to take. Sexual selection and artificial genetic engineering may also take place. Genetic counseling will be essential to maximize the chances that a healthy child will be born. Miscegenation, as I mentioned before, is key. And the genetic engineering may be possible. We have people talking about that, if I'm not mistaken, but it still needs development. There are some things that we need to know beforehand, so as to make genetic engineering enhancement possible. So, in terms of the biological and medical challenges, now the only means for reproduction, human reproduction, is pregnancy. As Egbert mentioned, there are maybe new developments coming up. And unfortunately, pregnancy is a risky endeavor for both mother and child. Astronauts are in peak physical condition before flight. But during travel, this is already described in quite a few scientific papers, and I put this image here from this paper from Afshiniko, showing how many of these risks these astronauts are subjected to. So after they are placed in microgravity, they may experience motion sickness, headaches, body pain, diseases, genitourinary problems, bone matter loss of muscle as well. So we have plenty of changes to someone's physiology. Regarding Mars, we have microgravity, we have a lower oxygen tension, we have radiation, we have confinement. The whole combination of these aspects also results in something very dangerous to pregnancy, which is immunosuppression. Because a pregnant woman's body needs to deal with the fetus in order to not attack the fetus. It recognizes the fetus in the beginning as a foreign body. So the immunological system needs to tune the responses in order to allow the fetus to develop. So immunosuppression is something that is really dangerous because it can result in abortion. Astronauts in flight can experience some changes in biological processes, such as changes in the microbiome, which includes the bacteria, the fungi, the virus that will colonize us the whole time. We have changes in cell biology. We have changes in oxidative stress, in mitochondrial function, and several others that may affect us. So how can we tackle this issue? One thing that I discussed with Conrad, and that's already worked on Earth for the past 200 years, I may say, is that we probably have to have a healthcare system in Mars. It's not going to be similar to what we have on Earth because we're going to have less people, we're going to have different infrastructure, different equipments in the colony on Mars, but we have to have a way to treat people, especially to do some follow-up in pregnant women. The follow-up is something that maximizes the success of a pregnancy, so we can identify problems before they take place. This will likely enhance mother and child survival, so it will be an immense loss to have a female astronaut dying during a pregnancy, and we have to avoid that at any cost. So we have to ensure that delivery takes place and is successful, and also ensure that we have recovery, proper recovery of both mother and child. We need to prevent and treat infectious diseases that may take place. And this also may take place between pregnant and non-pregnant individuals, because if you have an immunosuppressive situation, these infections are going to arise and they may be transmitted between astronauts. So this is something that we have to avoid. We have this whole class of microorganisms that we call TORCH, which includes Toxoplasma, other viruses, rubella virus, cytomegalovirus, and herpes simplex that are all abortive or can cause malformations in babies. So this is something that we really need to avoid, and there's something that we need to take care of during the whole process. There are other issues as well, including the female astronaut age. Many female astronauts have children after the return from their missions, after the return to Earth. They are over 40 years old. So this is something that may make pregnancy more difficult, and this is something that we need to think beforehand. Many pregnant females need supplementation of nutrients such as iron and folate. And of course, we're going to have some psychological support to couples or to mothers that are going to have babies. It's not easy to have a baby on Earth. Imagine to have a baby in a confined environment with low oxygen, low privacy, and all the challenges that an outpost may pose to our minds and to our mindset and to our emotions and feelings. And this is one of the examples that I wanted to show. This is a picture from one of our reviews on Zika virus. And we have here a developing baby inside the mother's uterus. And what we're seeing is that we have many mediators and immune cells that need to be outside of this compartment. Otherwise, if you have something changing this environment, such as Zika virus, which is in blue, it can reach the baby's brain, cause an increase in an immunological factor called interferon, and this is going to bring a lot of problems for this developing child. So, solutions. What can we do about it? In the same paper by Afshniko, where you find some, they describe many of the changes that might be pathological. We also have countermeasures. So, autonomous health support, evaluations, diaries of how people are behaving, how they're feeling, workout equipment, which, if I may say, this is one of the most important things in these missions. Every astronaut do some exercise, and this prevents muscle and bone loss, which are likely related to many of these problems that I was mentioning. Shielding, personalized medicine, and monitoring of the environment. Fortunately, we have continuous advances in reproductive biology on Earth. We have in vivo and in vitro experiments at ISS and in other laboratories. Egbert mentioned some of those. Angelo participated in one of those. And we have the possibility in the near future of having human pregnancy in controlled settings. So maybe we don't have to get to Mars to have the first pregnancy on Mars. We can maybe assess the possibility of having a pregnant female as an astronaut in the outer space or in the moon before that, and see what can we find. There are some increased understanding of astronauts' physiology. One example is the experiment involving the twins, Scott and Mark Kelly. Scott went and spent, I'm not sure, I think half a month or 1 year in space, and his twin was on Earth, so they could compare the changes in physiology. And one thing that I usually discuss with people is that if we establish a long-term colony in Mars, people were wondering if we're going to have speciation, that is, different human population and different species of humans in Mars. For now, what I can say is that there is an extremely low risk because human populations have been separated on Earth for tens of thousands of years. And this has not resulted in any speciation event. So this is very unlikely to take place in the near future in a Mars colony. So final remarks. I hope I haven't gone bust my time. I have 2 minutes. So should we, as humanity, establish a colony in Mars? Yes, sure. Can we establish a colony in Mars? This is a work in progress, but considering the developments that we are having, this is likely going to take place. Reproduction is an intimate aspect of human life. Life on Mars will be quite different from our life on Earth. So we would expect that reproduction will be different as well. And of course, reproduction on site will be necessary for the establishment of a long-term colony in Mars. So the consequences of successful human reproduction on Mars will be significant. I think it will be something amazing and incredible to have a human being born outside of Earth. And this will bring challenges to our moral thinking. What will be most important for these people that are not born or are not living on Earth? The birth of a healthy human being is by itself a statement of our abilities as a species. And this is something that I think we should try for. And astronauts must be physically and psychologically prepared in a moral sense to deal with dilemmas and decisions pertinent to a lifetime on Mars. We are not sure which of those dilemmas are going to be and how these people are going to deal with it, but they need to be prepared for it, for difficult choices, for loss of freedoms, and of course, preparation to revise some concepts that are deeply rooted inside of us. So reproduction on Mars may lead to the creation of new moral and ethical concepts, and which is something that I truly believe in, remarkable advances in medicine, biology, and biotechnology are obviously going to reflect on Earth and maybe present solutions to problems that we are not going to solve by only looking from the same point of view forever. So I'm really hoping that this endeavor will result in an improvement of the quality of life of humans everywhere. So if you guys want, please take a look at our manuscript in this journal here. I'll be really happy to discuss this further with you guys in a different opportunity. I have to thank Egbert as head of Spaceborne United for presenting to me this whole scenario that I wasn't aware of, to meet all these new people and to presenting me to this event. Thank you all for having me here. I have to thank some of my students who participate in the studies that I showed you. These are colleagues as well, Murilo, who assisted in the imaging experiments. And of course, I need to thank Professor Konrad Sozik, whose partnership resulted in this discussion that we're having right now. Thank you very much. This is the place where I work at, the synchrotron source. And whenever possible, come to visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marquez. This is fascinating. I said once already today that I'm way out of my depth. I don't know anything about biology down here on Earth, so I'm fascinated by what we're doing, contemplating this biology going out into space. We're gonna switch over and bring in the three of y'all to kind of have a panel conversation and kind of dig a little bit deeper into this stuff. I'd encourage some questions in the chat if you've got those. We've touched lightly on some of the ethical conundrums that we're going to face. Let's dig a bit into the biology. I'm not going to pretend that we're going to solve the ethical considerations today on this call, but let's kind of dig a bit into the biology a little bit, and start with how possible is this? I mean, are we talking about? So I usually break things into three zones. Now to 2025. So 3 years, a lot can happen, but progress is slow always, right? On a short scale. 25 to 30 and 30 to 35. And I put those out because during yesterday's conversation, some people, drew some stakes, put some stakes in the ground and said, one person said we'd have 200 people living on orbit in 2035, 200 continuously living on orbit by 2035. Another said 500 continuously living on orbit. I mean, just for perspective, we have about 6 on orbit now. So in less than 15 years, we'd go from 6 to 500. That was one of the ambitious ideas. But then somebody else brought up that if Starship comes online, if the SpaceX Starship really comes online the way it is predicted or planned, one spacecraft could maybe push 100 people into the sky. So this is not a hypothetical problem. This is a thing that is happening now. There is a path and potential for the lowest estimate yesterday was 200 people, the lowest estimate. So, and for the record, these are people who are professionals in the field that are managing budgets to build objects to go to space. So these are not just kind of outsiders with an amateur perspective. These are people that are crafting national policy in some cases or monitoring other national policies. These are people building hardware. These are people with $300 million in capitalization in some cases, some of the companies. So very credentialed, very interesting perspectives. So this is a real problem. These things are happening. So given that kind of preamble, 2025, 2030, and 2035, who wants to put a stake in the ground and make some predictions? Where are we going to be?
Silence. Nobody wants to start. I'm not the biologist.
You are going to start, Egbert, for sure.
I'm just gonna reply in terms of what we expect to be able to do with the Artemis mission, with the scientific output that we aim for, And I think in 3 years, in 2025, we will have the crucial outcome for the gravity level, the partial gravity level, that is required as a minimum for healthy embryo development. And that will have implications for infrastructure on Mars. If, for example, 38 or 39% of Earth level, well, most experts agree that that's probably not going to be a sufficient level. So if, for example, the outcome will be, it should be, I'm just making a number, 62%, then there could be solutions on Mars where we add gravity by rotating bedrooms or something like this, where people will, especially pregnant women, will be sleeping in 1G or maybe even 1.2G to compensate for the lower level during the day. Maybe they also need to have a siesta in this area, for example. But the contribution of Spaceborne United would be that in 3 years, we expect to have this number. Will it be 62%, 72%, whatever?
That's terrific. I mean, that's been one of those topics of consideration for, you know, north of 50 years of can we really grow in a simulated gravity environment? That's amazing. Dr. Vermeulen, did you have something you wanted to add? You've got your hand. You've got your hands waved. Now we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You're muted, Angelo.
Got it. No, I didn't wave my hand.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I'm just answering. I'm actually right now answering a question in the chat.
Oh, terrific.
No, I honestly, those predictions. No, I have really no clue. I'm not making much predictions. I think the game changer is definitely what is happening in terms of spacecraft development. I think that's the keystone. The keystone here. If we can't go beyond concepts from the 60s, we're not going to advance very much. I think what's the Starship concept is, of course, a step in a good direction. I'm personally a big fan of the space elevator, but for me, judging how the colonies in space, and I don't really like to use the word colony any longer. I prefer to use settlement. I think with all that happened over the past couple of years, I think it's time to drop the word colony.
Absolutely.
The thing is also, beyond the physiological and biological and psychological challenges of bringing people into small spaces, into outer space, it's of course the economic reality of it. And the thing is, if you have those colonies and they are entirely relying on the whole thing is only going to kickstart itself when there is it's a chicken and the egg situation. That's basically what it is, because as long as there is no infrastructure in space and there's no activity, no social and political and economic activity in space, there is not a self-sustaining system. So you need at least a basic amount of people and a basic amount of infrastructure. So there need to be economically active, and you can make money by being in space. But as long as this doesn't get kickstarted, it just doesn't start roll. I think that's really, I always look at it in a very holistic perspective, and I really never see the ecological, the biological as separate from the political and the economical, and they're so incredibly intertwined. I think that's really, and that's why it's so difficult to make these predictions, because with the tensions, for example, that are getting almost on a daily basis or rising again between Russia and America, we're moving yet into another direction, and Russia is now partnering with China, and probably the future of space exploration is going to be that China and Russia are going to start collaborating much more closely, and then America is going to privatize. But who would have guessed this 10 years ago, that this would be the dynamic that we currently see? So I think it is hard. I want to point out the willingness of going to Mars, basically something that Raphael brought up, which is very interesting. I think the Mars One project was really a good indicator of that. This kind of almost somewhat utopian failed project of kind of pushing the idea of going to Mars. There were so many people somewhat interested. I'm not sure how deep the interest was. Signing up on a website is an easy task, of course. I mean, actually making that commitment is still another thing. But there seems to be a lot of interest. One of the things that struck me, and I'm going to stop talking because I can talk forever about these things. One of the things that really struck me in the motivational aspects of wanting to go to Mars, and this is really following your lead, Rafael, is that, I mean, I've worked with NASA, I've done isolation missions with NASA, I've just participated in the European astronaut selection. I ended up with the last 6%. Is that for many people that I saw the interviews of the Mars One participants, it's about making history. It's about being the first and making it. This is the wrong motivation.
Yes, absolutely.
If that's your reason to go to Mars, you're not the right type of person.
Nope. No.
The first thing you need to be able to do is put down your ego aside and put yourself in service of the community that's going to go to space. So there's a lot of misplaced heroism and blown up egos that are intertwining with all these plans to go to space, and I think we also need to be careful about that. Those are just a few thoughts that I want to bring into the mix.
I think it's extremely interesting, Angelo, because if you consider that someone would be willing to live forever in Mars, so that they were aware that they might leave everything behind, and if we take back to the subject of having children, would people be willing to have children in such setups, or would they willing to a mother would be willing to serve as a belly to have someone else's children on benefit of everyone and not her benefit? Are couples willing to do that? Are people willing to do that? I think this is a pressing matter, but I completely agree with you. This will be something irrelevant unless we can get to Mars, unless we can get to outer space to establish something minimal for people to be there, to exist there.
Yeah, the only thing, Rafael, that I disagreed with was your statement that for a settlement on Mars, we need reproduction. We don't really need reproduction for that. We could perfectly have a settlement on Mars, which is nicely inhabited, with a nice cohort, different cohorts of age groups without any reproduction, just shuttling them from Earth and having that. I always talk about people that, for me, the vision that I have is I try to avoid that trap of thinking about space as something that is out there. It's more that human civilization is gradually expanding and building technologies and culture, very much culture. And it's just expanding, and it's going to be one whole. And the stretch from Earth to Mars, that's going to be human civilization with all kinds of devices and all kinds of cultural artifacts and manifestations. And then it's just a shuttling of people. And then we don't, in the beginning, maybe we don't need reproduction. That's only going to come after.
In the United States, we have this idea of an outfall or an overfall, where as Western cultures, got to the East Coast, they were kind of pressured and held in a kind of a valley area for a while, and then we jumped over the Appalachian Mountains. And not dismissing the indigenous populations that were here. I'm just saying that this is the history. And as that pressure kind of shifted, we were then again confined by the Mississippi River. And both times it was kind of like there was a very large population that just had to push beyond that physical border. And then once we got past the Mississippi, it was kind of unrestrained to the West Coast to California. And I feel like, and those were always social pressures that caused that to flow over those boundaries. And I feel like we're right up against that fall point once again.
Yeah, I'm always a little careful. I would also entirely refrain from, sorry, Michael, but I would really suggest to completely leave out the American colonization history, and using that as any well-intended metaphor for space colonization. It's so difficult that maybe, it's time to, because I know, of course, that the idea of the Western frontier, but there were already so many people there. I mean, it just feels very strange. I got an interesting comment here in the chat where Camille is saying, while politically colony or colonization is a bad word, it's still used in biology with no negative connotation. And that's true. I'm an ecologist, and in ecology, I feel perfectly fine using colonization. I think just in a more human sense, it is very, very sensitive. Would you agree, Michael, that it's difficult to use the image of American history as an image for Christopher Columbus? When people start using that as an image of space colonization, I'm like, my God, please,
right. No,
this is not the right image. I mean,
I stopped using the idea of colony a long time ago. Because it just does have. By way of background, I'm part of the International Space University alumni community, and just having that kind of global team of 5,000 space professionals around the world, it made me very aware that the language is really significant.
Of course,
It's. I was going to bring this up in a few months. I think it's number 4 or 5. We're going to be putting a big spotlight on analogs as we're learning what we're doing, how we're doing it. Long before we build a 15,000 person space station, we're going to do a lot of that work down here on the ground. So ISU has been pretty involved with a lot of analogs. I know that they are involved with High Seas. They're involved with NEMO. Your experiences, Mars Desert Research Station also. So so we're gonna dive deep into analogs. I think there's a lot of necessary lessons there. Let's kind of shift gears a moment to the biology. Just how hard is this problem? Okay, let's just pick one person. We've gotten through all of the financial problems. I assure you, when I talk about the Numinia process, I never separate hardware, business, outreach, and framework. But let's just assume that we have solved them. The ethical problems and financial problems, even the outreach and hardware problems have been solved. And let's kind of imagine that first kid. Walk us through what you think that looks like today. I know you don't have all the information. I know you don't have, I'm not asking, I know you don't even have all the questions yet, let alone have all the answers. So given that, with all that ambiguity, what's your best guess? What does that look like? What problems have we had to overcome and solve? And what is that birthing environment kind of, what is that like?
Egbert, should you go or I go?
I was just trying to get the question maybe even more specific. Mm-hmm. Are you talking about, Michael, are you talking about the first childbirth on Mars? Or,
well, I think, this is my bias. I'm acknowledging it. I think we're going to have that happen on a station, either orbitally, or I prefer the Lagrange point around the moon. I think that's a much more likely first target. But I'm not trying to put my own biases on here. So whether it's moon, Mars, stations, don't care.
It should be the safest way, obviously. And we have this scenario where a safe option would be on board a spacecraft that can return to Earth really quickly, and that still has a high-class medical staff on board.
Okay.
And even with today's technology, the Shara Space Dream Chaser spacecraft could facilitate a safe childbirth on space, but only if you follow a very a complex procedure of selecting the right participants, monitoring their pregnancies before you select the safest possible pregnant woman that would go on a journey. And she would be pregnant on Earth. That should be crucial. The delivery in space would be, well, we think it should be like a 24-hour mission or even shorter.
Really? So we talked about earlier that hardware beats PowerPoint, but so you're saying spends 9 months, 8.99 months down here on the ground in normal environment, normal healthcare, normal monitoring, and then the first step, we're not talking about a mother who has you've gone through the gestation period in space. You're saying the first step is actually start with somebody who did all the, I'm going to say, hard work down here on the ground, and then fly to the sky for final delivery.
That's one scenario that we're looking at.
Okay.
Because being pregnant in space, then you really have to solve
different problem.
Radiation and gravity issues. And that, well, if they solved it, if they have, it's going to be very expensive to build all of that, but it might just be possible. But I expect that will take a long time. And a good approach could be to learn everything about the childbirth in itself without pregnancy in space. That's a bridge too far.
Okay. So take it step at a time.
And then just to give you one example of what would make that a lot safer, this woman would need to have given birth already at least twice, ideally twice.
Right. Okay.
Because the first time is usually more intense. It's uncertain for the woman how it will happen, what she will experience. If she would already have, and the second time is usually a lot smoother. But knowing that is different from having experienced that. So from a mental point of view, it would be ideal if this woman would have given birth twice, and she has experienced that the second time is a lot smoother, and they must have gone flawless both. Well, those are just a few of the criteria that are important to make it safer.
We talked yesterday about requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trade, and there was a conversation relating to space stations, but you just put out a really solid requirement for your astronaut corps, right? Because there's, when y'all start, I know you're not recruiting now, let's be really clear about that, but when you start recruiting your astronaut corps, that's a requirement. Okay, good to know that. What have we missed? Are there any elephants in the room that we're kind of ignoring? What are we missing here?
I would like to mention something about your previous question, Michael.
Sure, please, Rafael.
I think since reproduction is not an urgent matter, but the whole technological and logistical point of view is so much more important. It's the pressing matter now to get people on space, on the moon, or any place. We can take our time to slowly and surely advance the knowledge on human reproduction or human health in space. So this single experiment of having a mother giving birth in space will be a small but important step. There was this study where people took mouse embryos from Earth, took them to space, maintained these embryos there for, I think, several weeks. These embryos came back to Earth, put in female mice, and they resulted in viable offspring. So these little experiments that slowly advance the knowledge on human health, I think this is one of the greatest aspects of this whole endeavor, is that this is obviously going to result in a better quality of life, in improvements of human health. Regarding your question about how could this child survive if we have everything set up the settlement in Mars is all right. We're gonna have a woman getting pregnant there. I truly believe that the pregnancy and the development of the fetus itself is not going to be a problem. But after this child is born, it's going to develop in microgravity, and we develop in full gravity. So the environment is going to be so different that I think that the problem will be the child's development, not the pregnancy and birth itself. This is going to be the real challenge later because we don't know what to anticipate. We never had someone being born and growing and living in microgravity before. So we have no idea of what to expect. It's very unlikely that it's going to develop like we did. So this will be an interesting thing to see when it comes to reality.
Which actually brings me to the design of new spaceships. We really need to start working on artificial gravity much more seriously. I mean, it was there in the 60s and 70s and before that as part of our imagination of how the near future was going to look like. And of course, because of good reason, the International Space Station is fantastic as it is, but I don't see much efforts. I've seen some presentations in the space community where there's some serious effort, but very, very limited on building at least a test facility in space to investigate that. But honestly, I mean, it's always the I was just talking about this in the chat actually. This is the key question. Do we adjust ourselves and the biology that we take along to the conditions of deep space by, for example, genetic engineering, etc., or do we try to recreate the Earth in deep space? And of course, obviously, it's going to be a mix of both. I mean, it's really, there's no point in fighting and arguing over this. But I think generating gravity in space, artificial gravity, I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer. I can't imagine having a fetus, a baby, developing its full life in microgravity without tons of complications. And why would we even go through that effort? I mean, if we can actually solve it by spinning a cylinder around and then using that as a living environment.
I talked yesterday about that, and we're going to bring that up. It's a couple months down the road, but I told a brief story yesterday. I'll make it shorter this time. Where a couple of years ago, I was a part of a research team between 3 very large, very prestigious schools. I'm not going to name them because that would be kind of outing them. This is not a good story. It did not end well. But the original plan was to bring some mice up into basically a 1 meter sized, it kind of looks like Raphael's workplace, where it's a great big, it's a small cylinder. So it's a small ring, just 1 meter across, to bring up some mice and spin it. And the first idea was that they'd be have male female pairs. And then that got booted, and then they cut it down to already pregnant mice, and then that got booted, and then it went from 8 to 4, then ultimately nothing. So it was a small plan. It was very feasible, and ultimately didn't work. And so we're still left with that question. We don't know the answer. So that is going to be one of the primary topics. It's a couple months down the road. I've just got on the to-do list, because the next 3 are really packed. The next 3 topics, the next 3 months in this series are really well packed and well defined. So it's coming. It will be talked about in 2 months when we talk about fiction versus nonfiction, like the fiction versus the fact of going to space. But we're going to dig into it a lot more detail, because I think it's really, a really big problem. Egbert, did you want to tackle this question about G-forces on the baby and the mother from the launch system?
Yeah, I could have some remarks. It's important that the launch is the big obstacle now. We're not sure if there will be launches possible with a low enough G-force. There is some research on G-peak tolerance differences. People have a natural variance in radiation resistance, but also in G-force tolerance. And you have these centrifuges where astronauts are trained for these G forces. And you can imagine that in that way, they can also find out what a safe limit would be for a pregnant woman. But the re-entry seems to be less of a problem. The spacecraft that I already mentioned that is already being tested, the Dream Chaser, it will stay under 2 Gs at all times during re-entry. And that just might be low enough for safe re-entry for a vulnerable woman and a newborn child. The launch into space is still a different story. It's going to require so much more propellant to launch it with a less aggressive G-force approach. So but the upcoming space tourism sector, I mean, these clients, they will not accept 6 months of military style training and being selected like they have to be super fit and everything. So the only solution will be that there will be more that will result in more comfortable, gentle launches, and we'll have to see how it turns out.
Gentlemen, our next speaker isn't online yet. Do you mind if we continue this conversation a little bit deeper, a little bit longer? Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah, sure. I'm also working in the chat in the meantime, so it's
Thank you.
multitasking.
I was just gonna mention that. FYI, Camille, I've seen you've been chatting back and forth with Camille Mizika. He's a PhD candidate out in Warsaw in Poland, and he was one of our speakers yesterday. His background is space law, space policy, especially in patents and potential manufacturing, and he gave a pretty interesting talk yesterday. So I appreciate that you're communicating back and forth with him, because he's one of our valued panelists. Let's dig into this some more. We've answered a little bit of the question about safety. I think I'm just going to speak for you and say that I know, after many conversations with Egbert, that the mother's safety is paramount. I just want to really stress that he said that in a dozen different ways, a dozen different times, and that we're going to take that they, not me. I have no role other than just as a cheerleader. That they're going to take very cautious steps. That every step is thoughtful and considered before the next step is taken. So he might have some really big ambitious plans, but they are they're very step by step and methodical. That's been my experience with Egbert. I don't remember which one of you said it. I think it might have been Raphael that says, when this happens, it kind of changes everything. It acknowledges our species as having a capability. And Angelo said, hey, it's not about being first. And both of you are right? So what does it mean if y'all pull this off? What does it mean to you individually? I'm not talking about us as a species. I'm saying, Raphael, your wife was pregnant. You got into this for a really, very personal reason. Egbert, I know a little bit about your story, how you got into it. I'm not going to share that unless you want to. But y'all have interesting paths to have gotten here. What does it mean to you for having worked on this project and hopefully accomplishing it?
For me, it's contributing a very small piece to humanity becoming a multiplanetary species. Oh, and Angelo corrected me for that, for how to approach it. not a multi-planetary, post-planetary. You don't necessarily have to be on a planet to live in space. So to be a post-planetary species, I agree with this approach.
I like that, post-planetary. That's a new idea to me. I like that right off the bat. Nice.
Yeah, that's actually how I position my own research. I'm actually expecting my my first child, my son, in 3 weeks. So it's very, the whole discussion hits home very hard.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yes, this is, there are two things, and basically Egbert already said some of my answer. But I'm fascinated with how difficult it is for human imagination to think into the future. And as an artist and as a researcher, I am really just keen on, can we break through those limitations of our mind and try to get a little further and to see a little further into the future. And I'm doing this not just using my own knowledge and skills, but I'm really actively doing this using communities. All my work is community-based. And because I believe in the power of collective intelligence and unlocking collective intelligence. And I think a good example is there are two beautiful stories that I always use, and I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but there's one which is called A Trip to the Moon, which was the first mechanical dark ride in history, which was built in 1904 by a man named Thomson. It was a moon ship, and you could, 19th century style, enter a kind of science fiction-like structure. It was built in a building. It was part of a Pan-American exhibition. And then there was a whole illusion of traveling to space, which was beautifully done in that time. They painted Earth on a canvas and it would recede. They built miniature versions of cities that would move under the ship. You would go through an electrical storm and then land on the moon, and you could get out of the ship and see the papier-mâché moon landscape with dwarf actors welcoming you, et cetera, et cetera. It's a whole simulation of going to space. When you look at the design of that spacecraft, the Luna spacecraft, that's what it was named. That's where the name Luna Park comes from, by the way. It looks like a 19th century hybrid of what at that time was the most advanced technology. It's an ornithopter with kind of a submarine kind of aesthetics. It's all these typical, it looks totally steampunk. But that's because they couldn't, and if you compare the aesthetics with current day aesthetics of spacecraft, it's wildly different. And it's a bit more than 100 years, difference between those two things. And if you look at the early spaceships from the 60s, even less than that. So it's just so fascinating. But then there is people like Tsiolkovsky, who in the 19th century invented the airlock and space elevators and all that sort of stuff. So somehow it seems that there are ways to penetrate those barriers, and that's really it's really what drives me into doing this research. And that, for me, I have this interest that humanity will move to a post-planetary stage. And some people misunderstand this. They think that it means that we're leaving Earth behind because we all messed it up. No, that's not. Post-planetary means a planet. The psychology, the cultural psychology of living on a sphere is just one of the options. There are other ways of other configurations, other spatial configurations in which humanity lives in space stations, spacecraft that go into interstellar voyages, etc. And the whole collection of all of that, all those, did I say colonies? I might have said colonies. The whole collection of those settlements on the moon, on Mars, on Earth, but also those space infrastructures, that's humanity. And that's a post-planetary stage. And I'm tremendously fascinated by this. And that's the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing. Well, Michael, you're muted. Yep.
I must say, I agree with Angelo and Egbert. That would be something so remarkable for us as humanity to really reach that stage, to be out there and to push the boundaries of what we know or where we live and what we do, and think in new ways. Of course, I put that my wife was pregnant in 2016, and this was a bit of a motivation. But the Zika research was maybe a bigger motivation than that, because I really had to study the process of pregnancy in detail to understand why the virus causes the problem that it causes in pregnant women. And we had more than 3,500 families only in Brazil affected by Zika virus. So people always say that we should think outside the box. And if we start looking at our own problems from outside Earth, can we see the solution easier? Because we have so many problems now to solve, so many infectious diseases, so many pressing challenges, climate change. So we haven't been able to solve this problem yet, due to political reasons, to the economic reasons, to whatever reasons. So to be, as Angelo and Egbert said, a post-planetary community, would this help in our development as people, as humanity? I believe so. I think so. So this is my main motivation, I would say.
Nice. As a personal question, every father has, hopes and dreams for their child. Do you want your kid to go to space? Or just to have the option?
I wanted, but my wife didn't.
I've heard that one before, actually. That is not surprising.
I did not have that conversation yet. It's going to be an interesting one. Yeah,
you will.
I will, for sure. Yeah.
And I'm having a problem with the question. I don't understand the question. I'm not sure if I have children. I'm just the biological father of some children as a sperm donor. So are you? Yeah, it's easier for me to say, oh, well, let one of them go, but I have a different bond with them as Angelo will have, or as Raphael has.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna guess, because I know a little bit of your personal story. I'm gonna guess that you had some conversations with those families about what you do and why you do it. So has it never come up?
Yeah, two of the boys. One is just 7, one is 3. The 3-year-old, he's in love with the moon, and he gets annoyed when the moon is away, and he can't see it no longer.
Oh, well.
And he wants to go. I've had a conversation with him
with the 3-year-old.
That we should both go to the moon. And the other boy is one of them is. He's fascinated by space. I don't want to push this subject onto him, but it was his own interest, apparently. So it has come up a little bit.
So I bring this up because Jennifer earlier was asking questions relating to nurturing, care, and feeding. It takes a village, right? So we're not talking about, in the most farther in the future idea where we've got artificial wombs, or you're doing surrogacy, like Raphael was suggesting on Mars, where when it comes to these children, they are going to be, their experience, just by the fact that they were born either in space or the moon or Mars, their experience is going to be different than what we all on this call have experienced. So how do we ensure that the social psychological bonding elements that we take for granted are also available to these children? They might represent a triumph of science, but they're still children, and they still need all the care, nurturing, and consideration that every kindergartner down here on the ground gets. So it's not just a one and done experiment. Hey, great, we had a kid. Then what? What happens after that?
That'll be a great challenge indeed. I think that in terms of a small settlement, as it used to be in Indian cultures in the American and plenty of other cultures throughout our history, a child is of course born of a couple. It used to be or will be for most times born of a couple, but is a child of a community, of a larger family. So to have only the father or the mother or grandmother or aunties and whoever is going to take care of this child, maybe you're going to take some steps back in the future in terms of having a community taking care of a child. So there are some things that I agree with Angelo that will never change. We always have to have our meals. We always required contact with other people. Most people are thrilled to interact with the kids, to interact with friends. So this social nature of us, I think, will be preserved in many aspects, even in a harsh environment. So for a child to grow there, if there's people there willing to care for it, I think we'll be fine. The whole thing is that in terms of physiology, we're going to find some problems that we just cannot anticipate. But this is a matter of medical care, not of a family. The family should be there in the first place. So I would hope that we never would come to a situation where a child is generating just for the sake of being generated. I'm thinking of people having families, of having communities, of establishing, like living outside of Earth. I think that's the whole point.
The National Space Society references the phrase to live, work, and play in space. And they talk about not just, hyper specialized training of a stereotypical astronaut, but that to live, work, and play, like just by putting that element of play in, it changes the whole imagined future. I think that's going to be kind of.
Can you imagine when Homo sapiens sapiens was moving out of Africa, if that's what actually happened, but it seems likely, that they had a conversation like this and they were like, how are we going to ever inhabit the North Pole, the northern regions of Earth? And some people are going to be like, oh my God, the children there, they're going to be so, do you want to raise children in this temperature? There is no trees around, it's just white. Come on, no, that's going to be horrible. It's very similar, right? I mean, we'll figure it out, for sure. But and once again, for me, the key to summarize this is it needs to be a balance of recreating Earth and certain aspects of Earth, technologically, emotionally, and at the same time adjusting the human condition to a certain extent. Could be through genetic engineering and finding that balance. And there's going to be mistakes made, I'm afraid. I think it's going to be very hard not to make any mistakes there. It's not that I want to make mistakes, but we will learn. And I'm not looking at children in space as experiments for humanity to learn.
Right.
Of course not. And but it's going to be, it's going to be an interesting ride for humanity, that's for sure.
You say that, and then referencing back to one of your earlier slides, you're like, well, you need basically a pound of oxygen, you need 3,000 kilos, you need, so that was your logistics slide.
Yeah, 3,000 calories. Yeah.
What are the logistics of an on-orbit birthing center look like? And again, I know you don't know the answers to this, but I'm hoping you're thinking about these kinds of big ideas. What does the birthing center look like? Like visually, try to help us understand that, because I don't think it looks like a birthing center down here on the ground. I don't think so.
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay.
No, I don't want to make any statements here. I feel in terms of Maybe in a few weeks I'll be able to talk a bit more about this.
Okay, all right. That's why we're doing this every single month, right?
Yeah,
because,
right.
Because there is progress. I want to tell the audience, plug for the future. There is progress. I know that Egbert's got a really big announcement next month, and I know that there's going to be other breakthroughs coming. Sometimes it's hardware, sometimes it's business, sometimes it's outreach, and sometimes it's framework. But there are going to be breakthroughs that the Spaceborne team announce on a pretty consistent basis. So I'm really looking forward to that. Not to put you under pressure about any one topic, but as long as we start to think about these things and we start to create development plan, that's really what I want to showcase here with the community. By the way, somebody in the audience, Lords, was saying that she wants to be able to. I kind of, she's like, I'm just quoting her. As a woman, I kind of want to make sure that my daughter has a safe way to orbit and beyond someday. So, fingers crossed for all of us here.
I think the interesting thing in the education of children in space is going to be, I mean, if you think of some crucial elements in children, how they grow up, there are two important components, not saying that's all of it, but it's toys and play, what we just touched upon, and then learning by copying or joining the adults and learning the ways of what needs to be done. And that's going to be very interesting, of course, in a settlement in space. What kind of toys are going to be developed, especially if you work in situations where there is microgravity or lower gravity? Maybe very interesting new things are going to be developed, just like what I just said. Like the children develop their own toys based on using bones, for example, of whales, and then carving out maybe toys out of that. I'm not very knowledgeable about this. I'm just kind of making it up as long as I go. But you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. But that would be interesting. That would actually be interesting also for a science fiction movie. I can already imagine these kind of toys that you're like, oh wow, that's actually really cool. At the same time, showing these children what it means to be in outer space, the idea of a spacesuit and the ideas of the tremendous danger of outer space and all of that. I think that learning lesson and just gradually growing into that, and that's going to be very interesting. And of course, that's going to shape a very particular, once again, psychological and cultural perspective of your own existence. And then I was invited to come up with an impossible experiment by a science journal in the Netherlands, a popular science journal. And I came up with the following experiment: to have babies born on the moon without them being exposed to nature, like nothing. They don't see anything physically, but also visually, they are not exposed to anything natural. So they're living in this, the only thing they basically see is technology and local ecology, which is the gray geology of the moon. And then the big question would be, and this is a totally unethical experiment, of course, once they are old enough, to bring them to Earth and to observe their response to actual nature. And the big question here is our attraction to nature, is it encoded in our genes, or is this something cultural? And this is really something I'm very fascinated by. There's biophilia. That's a theory that I actually assume that it's coded into our genes, that it's more like an instinct, like certain dogs, different breeds of dogs have these different responses, like a border collie just sees sheep and then has to start herding the sheep, and a bird builds a particular nest, etc. So I think it's the same, but we don't know. But it will really inform us very much on how we have to develop our future in space. Imagine these people, they come to Earth, they see nature, and then they realize they've been missing this all along, but they didn't know what they were missing, and now they see it. Then we definitely need to take that ecological part into deep space, because it's part of our humanity. If actually after some time those people on Earth are like, I'm really missing the shades of gray and the dust of the moon, and I want to go back, and then maybe we don't need all that visual ecology that we're used to here, and we can adapt to a complete new ecology. And that's something that's been on my mind quite a lot in my research.
I told a story yesterday about my brother and I walking in the California redwoods, and that one of the requirements for the space station it should be large enough to, with excess real estate, calling it that, to support a biome of a redwood grove in space. Like it should just, we should just have so much spare real estate and so much spare capacity and so much control over air and temperature and humidity and everything else. So like that should be where we're headed. And if we can't do that, then we've failed the biosphere of Earth, right? That we should bring up. I'm not a big fan of mosquitoes, but if you're going to bring up bats, you got to bring up mosquitoes. So, like, you know, just how big a station are we talking about? Which brings me up to something that I was not aware of. Raphael, can you go to that idea where you said 5,813 anythings is necessary for a healthy population and reproduction? Because there's a whole lot of species that we know of that are way under the 5,800 mark. So I again, expressing my ignorance here, I don't understand that mark, that number. How did that number come to exist, and is it real, and how do we apply it when we get to space?
Yeah, I don't think that number applies to many mammalian species. This is supposed to be a calculation of a self-replicating or an autonomous, from a reproductive point of view, mammalian population. A minimal population that can be established in a given place, that can continue its growth autonomously without the problem of having consanguinity and other matters. But this is only a calculation which was made based on just a few species. So this was something that Konrad Sosik wanted to put in the paper because of his connection with a researcher called Chris Impey. But I didn't agree at first, but he insisted, and I agree with you that this varies pretty much between diverse species. So the pandas are one example. We're assisting pandas to reproduce for quite a while now. They're still here. So there are species that behave quite differently, and some species just exist in tight communities. So I'll probably going to refrain from mentioning that again. But one thing that I must say is that I have to leave, unfortunately. So I have another appointment now. But I would like to thank you, Michael, Angelo, great presentation, Egbert, great presentation as well. Thanks for introducing me to all these people here. And I wish you guys the best. I hope we meet again at some point.
Absolutely. Thank you, all three of you. We're gonna switch gears here. Really want to say thanks to all of you for being a part of this fascinating conversation. We're going to be meeting again month after month after month to continue the work here.
Thanks so much for inviting us. Thank you.
Good.
Nice to meet you, Raphael.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you, Raphael, Angelo.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
I'm gonna request, I know this is a change of schedule here, if it's possible. I was gonna ask if Jacob and Cheryl can present a little bit early. Is that a complication for either of you? Great. Okay. Cheryl?
Yeah, I'm okay too.
Okay, terrific. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of shift the schedule around a little bit, buy us a little bit of time, and just kind of adjust slightly. So I'm going to bring on Jacob first, and then Cheryl. Let me pull up your bios here for a second. Okay. Jacob Mulder, PhD, is the Minister of Manufacturing of Asgardia, the space nation. He studied astronomy and information technology at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. He also works as an IT security and enterprise architecture at GCI, an IT consulting and systems integration multinational. Jacob is in a reclining electric wheelchair because gravity squeezes his spine. He therefore plans to emigrate to space in less than 15 years. Thank you, sir. Really glad to have you. Let me introduce Cheryl also. Cheryl Gallagher is a professional artist and established ambient electronic recording artist on the Spotted Peccary music label, which I think is a pretty clever name. I like that. Over her years in her positions as a parliamentarian, chairperson, and now acting Minister of Culture, Cheryl attends and represents Asgardia at various space-based conferences in both the New York and Vienna headquarters of the United Nations. Cheryl is also part of the Multiplanetary Society's leadership team, serving as the creative director and media specialist. So thank you both for coming to and joining our event. We have an immediate reaction from the chat that Lords is saying, Asgardia, question mark, I'm a citizen, nice to meet you. And also Jennifer is Asgardian. So pretty interesting. Oh my gosh, I didn't know this. Camille, that I was just mentioning a moment ago, just mentioned that he helped them with the Constitution. So amazing. That's unexpected and interesting. So cool. Jacob, go ahead and jump in, and then Cheryl will follow afterwards. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, hello. I have a presentation. I'll try to share it. Where is it? I think this is it. And I'll do the slideshow. If the technology works, you should now see a white screen with the Asgardia logo on it. Yes, very good. Okay, well, I've got a short presentation about Asgardia, about manufacturing, and to give an intro about Asgardia and about manufacturing in there, and an update on where we are now, where I myself am in at the moment, in this context. So, and my name is Jacob Mulder. This is what I'm going to talk about. First about the Minister of Manufacturing, and then about the Ministry of Manufacturing, about the standards, that's the thing that we need, and about next time that we will have, like a month from now or so, and big time, and that's a bit of a surprise. And Asgardia is Asgardia.space, what you see over there. So go there and join us. But first, what about Asgardia? What is Asgardia? That's a space nation. That's a real nation with every strings attached that a normal nation has. We are a real, complete nation. We have a government, a cabinet. We have a coin of ourselves. We have a chamber of commerce. We have a lot of things. And we have like 1 million people that want to be part of us. And we have really a lot of people with a passport of Asgardia. So it's really a real nation. It's a digital democracy even, because it's a digital state. Of course, nobody is yet living in space, although we are a space nation. So that means that we are a digital nation. And the phrases that are here on the screen, you can read them. Those things all are for Asgardia, about Asgardia. This is me. I'm the Minister of Manufacturing of Asgardia. I studied astronomy and IT I'm born in '66. I live in the Netherlands. And I work for CGI, which is a very large international IT company, and I'm a security and enterprise architect over there. I'm also in healthcare, and I do a lot of more things. And of course, I'm in Asgardia, and you see me over there in this wheelchair. That's how I'm sitting at the moment. And how did you become a minister of manufacturing? How do you do that? Well, in 2019, of course, I studied astronomy, so I'm quite interested in all these things. In 2019, Asgardia had a congress, and there I had a presentation about a colony. Sorry about the word, but yeah, that's what the presentation was called. A colony in space. It's a swarm architecture on that. I'm an architect, so I look things in an architect way. And after that, I learned more about Asgardia. I went to the elections and got voted into the parliament. And then when I was about a year or so in parliament, I got asked by the head of nation whether I would like to become a minister of manufacturing in this case, because I had my mouth full of making things, because I'm an architect. Okay, so that's what we do. And I have a personal interest in that, because you saw my wheelchair. I have a problem with gravity. I studied astronomy, so I do know what gravity is. And I do know that there's not much you can do about it here on Earth. But it is really a problem for me, because it squeezes my spine. That's why I'm in this wheelchair. So I said in that presentation, I want to immigrate to space. Same thing to you. You are going to help me, you, the audience, the speakers, everybody that spoke all these very nice things in the last 1.5 days. You are going to help me and others to immigrate to space, because I really have to. Look at the Jacob to space. There's a number of stories on there. I really have to go to space, because in like something 15 years from now or so, this wheelchair might not be enough. So I really have to. So you really have to help me. That's why I became this minister, and that's why I do all those things in CGI and so on. I really have to. Okay. So as a minister of manufacturing, I first want to lay a proper fundament for the support of and the growth of Asgardia, of the space nation, to really seriously prepare us for living in space. And one of the things that you do have to do for that is this approach. And you have to have a manufacturing and integration approach. A few of us before me already spoke about component-based development, integrating stuff and so on. And there's quite a lot of companies that already are building things, and we have to integrate those things to pave the way to living in space. And that has to be an approach that has to be agile, evolutionary. That word also has been dropped a few times. So we are all in agreement here. And it has to be secure. It has to be robust, sustainable. All those words we have heard before. So we're all again in agreement. It has to be maintained and so on. It has to be business focused, because I think you can make serious money in space, in space industry. So we should not depend on the countries and so on. We should depend on making money. That also has been mentioned before. So I'm very much a believer of that. And CGI, where I work during the daytime, is a very commercial company. So we should think like that, think commercially. So I'm building the basis for that within Asgardia. So I'm building things like the project management framework and the manufacturing and integration approach and so on. You need all those kind of things if you want to really manufacture things. And that's what I'm about. I'm a minister of manufacturing. Another thing that you really need is standards. Because of course, bad things will happen if half of the people work in inches and yards and pounds and whatever, and the other ones work in meters and seconds and so on. Things will go horribly wrong, and they have gone horribly wrong in the past because of those stupid things. So we need standards. So of course, we created an Institute of Standards, and that's one of the things that I have to do as a minister. Create an institute, because that way we can formalize things and make a real proper fundament for things. And that standards have to facilitate that as a service approach that I spoke about, and that component-based, integration-based things. and there will be difficult standards, and of course there will be administration of the standards and blah 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 blah. This is the logo of the Asgardian Institute of Standards. Look it up, it's just on the internet, www.asgardianinstituteofstandards.space, of course. And next time, so like in a month, I'll do an update on a few standards that might have been added by then. We're working on new standards, and we by then will also have initiated the first version of this project management framework, and some other collaboration environment within Asgardia, file shares and that kind of stuff. Of course, we have that, but I want to professionalize those things, because we are really building a nation, so we really need serious IT behind it. And I really need you people for this. I need your help, and not only the people now here, but also this might be broadcasted later on, I don't know. So we really need more people at Asgardia. I really need more people in my Ministry of Manufacturing and so on. And the other ministries, of course, we've got like 12 ministries. They also need more people. And the parliament needs more people to build laws and so on for that, so that we, the ministers, can do our work based on the laws and so on. So join us. Go to asgardia.space and join us. And there's also links on the speakers pages on the Better Futures thingy, the site where you can click on and you can ask for extra information or so on. You can also go to asgardia.space. Okay, and then the surprise, and there will be a next session, not the next session, but like 3 sessions from now or so, like 3 months from now or so, and there will be there will be about this sustainable space colony swarm architecture, as far as I'm concerned, and that will be one of the major points that we will discuss then, and that will be really about multiple habitats. So not only one of them, like 10,000, but maybe more of them. And and an armada around it with a number of settlements for manufacturing, for energy, blah blah, and with an armada, a swarm around it, protecting it, and also a logistics fleet, a swarm around it. So a complete armada of lots of things in space, all helping each other, the whole combination being a self-sustaining thing, and that whole combination will be preparing us, humanity, for living in space. Because, as you all know, the sky is absolutely no limit. Okay, this is my story. This is my contact information. And now we will get Cheryl, and she will have much nicer videos and sound and very nice things, because he is the Minister of Culture and Art within Asgardia. So, giving over the floor to Cheryl. Thank you.
Hi there. Give me just 1 second while I'm getting onto onto my computer with the Zoom with the Zoom. So hold just one moment. Jacob, would you mind talking just a little bit about the business atmosphere that we're, because I'm not covering anything along those lines in Asgardia, what we're trying to aspire to do. Do you mind doing that for a minute while I'm getting this set up?
Sure. One of the things that we do have, of course, within Asgardia, because it's a real country, it's a real nation, that we have a Chamber of Commerce, and that we have Asgardia.trade, where you can create your company, your business. My personal I've also have a one-person business, is already in there, and the idea is that we all make money over there. And we have a star shop where you can buy stuff. There will be there is already an academy and so on. There will be Asgardia Travel, and that's also already in there. We have quite a lot of ideas. I think there's something like a few hundred people that really want to start their business within Asgardia, and the first few are now starting, and we are a nation that is building those things. So if you are commercially interested in doing business in space and so on, and looking a bit further than not only creating a settlement in space, but maybe even smaller parts that we can maybe integrate later on, please go to asgardia.trade and asgardia.space, because we can use you. We have a platform for that. We have a nation that is welcoming you all. Enough like that. And you'll see that Cheryl is really an artist. She makes very nice things. I have my presentation was a bit dull and very simple. Of course, it's just PowerPoint, and she has really nice stuff.
Thank you. What you're hearing is that I'm looking for the actual numerical code for the Zoom call. I have links, but I'm not able to. I'm looking for the number, if that makes sense.
The number, the phone number?
No, the actual Zoom number. I'm looking in the code, looking for the Zoom number. Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on just 1 second.
Okay, no worries, no worries, no rush.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much for the nice compliments, Jacob. I do have something special today that, people who are hanging out and who listen to the presentation will get to experience. I'm working on 3D moving NFTs. And so I've put together a little art exhibit that's very uplifting and upbeat. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. Let me just sign in here and I'll be right with you. Thank you for your patience.
Camille said in the chat, I said, we can use you. That's a sort of a Groningen accent, a Dutch accent way of saying things. Of course, I should have said, we need you. Join now. We could use you. And so that's a bit maybe too friendly. I should be maybe more aggressive. Join Asgardia now.
The participant, let's see, the passcode. Okay, sorry. Come on.
While we're waiting, let's, Cheryl, no pressure, seriously, no pressure. I'll just chat with Jacob.
It's not going in. That's the thing. The passcode that's there is 8 numbers. And I'm trying to get that password to work for me because I'm not using the direct link. I'm using the actual program.
Do you want us, if you send the...
Yeah, it's still saying that the one that's on screen is incorrect. I don't know why. Why would that be the case?
Can you send the file to Fabio and he can post it?
No, I can do it.
Okay.
It just get me in so that I can... okay, it's not going to do it. Come on. Okay. Let's try this. I'm going to try an alternate method. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Okay, I said launch meeting. Hello. All right, great. Okay, we made progress.
Okay, great. I was just going to say, George just posted the meeting ID, if that was helpful.
Yeah, I had the meeting ID. That went through just fine, but the password, the passcode that's in the email didn't work. Okay, here we go. As soon as I'm on, I'm going to leave the phone.
Right, because you'll
obviously
get feedback. Yeah.
All right, so moving over to the other platform.
We can't hear you. No. We can't hear you. Nope, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hi there. Welcome. Hello, everyone, whenever and wherever you are in the world. I'm going to just go straight into it since y'all have been so patient with me. So glad you're here and listening. I also want to give a big thank you to Michael and the Better Futures team. It's a pleasure to speak to you today about on this topic of humanity moving into space, babies in space, and Asgardia, topics that I care so passionately about. On that note, welcome to this presentation about this space colonization initiative. Let me start I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation for you. And my screen, let's see, 1, 2, 3, QuickTime Player. Which one of these is it? We'll try this one. All right, perfect. Can people, let's see, I haven't shared yet, right? Okay.
We don't have anything yet. We have a blank.
Yeah, see, I have 2 monitors going, and so it shifted to the other monitor.
Okay.
Here's the whole screen.
Looking into black space now.
Yep, I know. I know. It's gone ahead and removed. There we go. Do you see black? You don't see black.
We're seeing mostly black. There's a little bit of gray at the top.
Okay, good. All right, great. Then let me just start this. You tell me if you see Asgardia.space.
Loud and clear. Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, finally, we're ready. Thank you again very much for everyone's patience. I'm sorry that it took me a moment to get this up and running.
No worries.
Yeah, it's part of our new technological world.
We've been doing this. We've been doing this this is our 17th event. There's no event that doesn't have tech issues. Everybody.
I understand, but I'm still deeply appreciative of people's patience. It's always the execution, even if I had all this set up just before I came on, but then I've just invested in a whole lot of new equipment to help with my media creation. And so I'm still kind of getting used to it too. Thank you very much. Great. As I was saying, welcome to this presentation about the spacefaring space colonization initiative, Asgardia, the Space Nation. Today, I'll be discussing the Asgardia project as a whole, along with an emphasis on cultural and astrosociological development in space, as we all learn actually how to live together safely, peacefully, and sustainably in outer space colonies and space stations. At the end of this presentation, I'll play that lovely NFT exhibit. I hope you all will enjoy it very much. Going on to the next slide here. You guys got a peek ahead of time here. Okay, we will go back to where we're at. All right, finally, this slide I'm actually talking about. I'm Cheryl Gallagher. I'm the Minister of Culture for Asgardia. You can see my contact information there. And I've provided a QR code for those who might want to just scan it and you'll be able to go straight to the website and see what we're about. I'm an established professional artist and musician and content creator. I've been active in the field for decades, and I represent Asgardia currently as Minister for Culture. I was elected by Asgardia's parliament by Asgardian followers in 2018 and was elected by their parliament to this position of minister last year. You know, when we're talking about Asgardia, what are we actually talking about? This is our founder and Asgardian head of nation, Dr. Igor Asher Bailey. He has deeply invested in this project to establish Asgardia as a sovereign spacefaring nation, a goal that's a bit unique in the space community. Most about what the implications to us in the space, you know, more about what the implications of that are soon. Asgardia is a little bit different in this respect of sovereign nation nature in our globally populated, globally sourced initiative that, you know, eventually will have space residents and terrestrial residents plus people in various locations. And so as we explore this, the importance of collaboration and communication and the evolutionary development we're going to need in order to be able to function in a safe, healthy, and a sustainable nature is part of what the active part of Asgardia is about. We don't actually build rockets or any equipment. We are much more of a astrosociological laboratory where we are actively in real time in a cultural mix of learning to grow our self-awareness, our knowledge, our resource sharing. We're trying innovative economic approaches and trying to figure out actually how we will live in space as a human society together and onward as part of this particular diaspora of space that is in current development and that we're all here and everywhere passionate about. In Asgardia, we deeply experience and investigate. Hold on one second. Let me get off screen here. We investigate that the social, cultural, political, and even physical differences between us, not only the obvious like language and cultural barriers, but differences in terms of expressed meaning, like Jakob just made a distinction about what he means by "we need you," you know, that kind of thing in Dutch versus what that might mean in English. Legally, we have to work within the legal structure of all nations. We're established in Vienna, Austria, you know, as a, you know, in a legal sort of way. And our Asgardia 1 satellite represents setting our intention for the future of humanity in this initiative. It's kind of our physical manifestation that gets us started. It's been a continually challenging but fascinating experience as we grow our foundations of globally populated community in space. One of the things that I've really appreciated in this space adventure is the light in people's eyes when they talk about this topic, the excitement. And I really deeply admire the hard work, the courage, as Dr. Edelbrook has so eloquently presented, the devotion, and the attitude of high adventure and imagination, along with the producing a legacy for humanity in a bright and exciting future. One of our main focuses in Asgardia is a healthy, sustainable human reproduction in space, which Dr. Edelbrook is laying out for us and will continue over the next few months, and at least in this meeting. We recognize the importance of that, more on that topic later, but further along from that critical aspect, we are actually interested in supporting physical and social human evolution. You can see here in this slide, these are kind of our main objectives as Asgardia. It's a peaceful use of space. It's very important to us. As a nation that is part of the Terrestrial Society of Nations, we do feel the responsibility to help, along with many other initiatives, protect the planet Earth from various space threats as best we can. We prefer demilitarization, and we promote free scientific base of knowledge, perhaps like a library of human knowledge in space. I think that's a really valuable aspect. And then, of course, the keynotes of viability and responsible sustainability going forward. Part of Michael's project for an Earth elevator is compromised simply because we haven't been that responsible so far in our exploration of space. We're definitely growing in that direction. And so let's see, I'm going to go to the next slide. So who are we? What are we standing for? What's going on here? We really happily celebrate every development in space exploration and human evolution that is arising from our drive to establish ourselves safely and sustainably in space. And we aspire, with so many of us in the space industry, we want to represent the very best of our human attributes, maybe even leaving some of our worst attributes here on the planet's surface, and maybe even helping grow that development through our development in space, as so much of our innovation has been derived from our interaction, both in science fiction and in science fact. So, even here terrestrially, just that aspiration is a big, huge challenge. And as we observe the world today, I think that's pretty clear. And then, let's take away the gravity, the food, the water, the air, the forests, the everything we've ever really known, and come up with a completely new living paradigm. So I think one thing that we can all agree upon in the space community is the necessity to grow our consciousness, our self-awareness, and dedicating ourselves to an actual evolution of our species in this new environment. It's not just enough to go out there as if these aspects are not addressed. I don't think that we're headed for success if we do that. The aspects that Dr. Edelbrook were talking about earlier about, our actual evolution, which we're fairly young as a species, really, and, we're pretty harsh with each other. The aspects of competition and survival and the things that served us when we were an animal group living with everybody else, with every other animal group, which we really still are, being able to arise above that and evolve out of that. And so that's like a really, it's a subtle thing, and it's often not, it's not often considered when it comes to this, because it's so, a lot of the space industry is naturally attuned to the needed developments in artificial gravity, in radiation protection, in how are we going to physically live out there. But especially with me as Minister of Culture, I am focused on, not more interested in, I'm interested in everything, but more focused on everything that comes through being part of all of us as we do this future diaspora that we're anticipating. So I'm going to have let a few of my colleagues speak for a couple of minutes about what it means to be in as Guardian and who are we. So we'll move on to there.
Who are Asgardians?
Asgardians are dreamers, but not just dreamers. They are people that want to take their dream and make it a reality. So Asgardians are actually very hard workers, and they dream far enough into the future that they don't just satisfy their dream tomorrow or the day thereafter and then have nothing left to do. So we are big dreamers and we work hard at our dreams.
Well, Asgardians share an idea, because you might even know that for now legally we are just an NGO, but for all of us who we belong in Asgardia, we are a lot more than that. We are a nation, and we are a nation because we have chosen to be a nation, and we are ready to do all the work required to actually be recognized internationally. We are just an NGO for now, but we are becoming a lot more shortly.
Asgardians are the collective of humanity, which recognizes the absolute importance of us being able to inhabit space without being instructed just by mission control. We have to have a society that makes these decisions for itself. And if we are going to populate space, then it's time to start now, because we need to mature into having a peace-loving and sensible society in space. That's what Asgardia is.
Let me back up just a little bit. Can you hear me still? Just checking. Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. And so I'm just making sure, thank you for your patience with my technology. And so those are some lovely words on behalf of Asgardia by some of our leaders. So what does this look like on a practical level? What you're seeing here is the space infrastructure of Asgardia. This is what we aspire to over the future decades. Right now, you can see that we have a variety of activities in different areas of development and different levels of development. So this is what we would love to. Have manifest in the next centuries. This is what we're working toward. So you can see that we have a variety of satellites, a variety of living vessels, in the interest of protecting the planet, a space platform that's dedicated to that, some various satellites both around the Earth and around the moon, and ultimately even out toward the stars. You see up there in the upper right-hand corner, the Asgardian star arc. And, like every initiative in this department, we have to talk about, how are we going to pay for that? How is that going to get financed? And that's where working with we're actively working with financial structures in order to be able to get backing for this project. So this is what we have so far. This illustrates a variety, we call them arcs, right? Kind of like Noah's Ark, starting with the ground part of the actual activities here on Earth, moving to a space station off orbit. That's the national arc, and then again, the moon arc and the star arc. And you can see on the left, we have a variety of different aspects that will be part of every representative office of Asgardia. On Earth, we don't really go by countries. It's more continental and a focus. And we have people from all over the world that are residents and followers. So we're hoping to continue developing those more local centers so that we can be more interactive with our community. And so when we're talking about that, this is straight business. This is what we're looking for in terms of what we're doing. You may be aware that we have a national currency. It's a digital currency, not a cryptocurrency, in that it is a stable coin. It is pegged to the euro on a one-to-one basis and backed with those euros. The circulating solars are fully backed. So what you're seeing is what we're considering to be a proposed flow of finances to be able to help finance our organization. On the left, you see what we're expecting in terms of investment. Maybe at some future date, there'll be somebody to go into more of this detail. But I just wanted to just touch on it today, because dealing with our money and our business ethically and also in an evolved manner is also really quite important. Obviously, a big focus today has been on reproduction in space, which we've taken on as one of our main missions, because we recognize how totally critical that is. And our aspect of Noah's Ark and the safe and sustainable reproduction in space is critically important. You see that we have a symbol for that here. As culture minister, I'm also very concerned, like Dr. Marquez was so eloquent in speaking about child development. What is it going to be like for that child to never have experienced Earth and yet be a human being that is genetically derived from this environment? So there's a lot of attention. We have significant work in education and child development, exploring, once we have our beautiful space babies, what is that going to, how are we going to grow them into healthy, functioning, evolved human beings in space? So that is a very brief overview of kind of the aspirations and kind of what Asgardia.space is about. Once again, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. It was a really brief overview. And you can see the website there. Again, if you just use your phone and scan the QR code, you'll go straight there. If anybody feels inclined, feel free to follow us, maybe even join us as a resident and or work with us in this very lofty and challenging initiative for our future in space. So at this time, I'm going to go straight into what you briefly already saw, this little art exhibit that I put together. In an institutional sense, I'm working on a virtual cultural activity center for all Asgardians, ultimately to be something that everyone can access from wherever they are in space. Fortunately, it seems like development in the holographic world, like having a holodeck, looks like that's one of the first things that we're going to have. Now I'm looking for the replicator and the transporter, but the holodeck is a big plus when it comes to cultural development. So I'm excited about the possibility of that actually being a thing. So without further ado, I'm going to let you guys enjoy this, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
That was awesome. Thanks a lot, Cheryl. Appreciate that. I especially liked the Room articles, the Room magazine covers highlighting Egbert's work. That was a nice little
A special touch for Egbert there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Thank you very much.
That was cool.
This is just one of many cultural activities, but one of the things I want to emphasize about the aspect of culture in Asgardia is that there are aspects of culture in each and every department of, that our culture is everything we are. And so as we go forward, all of the attributes that we're hearing, it's like culture is a very holistic topic versus very specific things like Jakob and manufacturing, very specific concerns. But we are, but the topic of culture is more overbearing, and we all have an interest in it. And so that's where you see me collaborating with other space initiatives and spending time with other efforts in order to be able to continue the well, I can't say global, right? Because that sounds terrestrial,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean. Cover all the bases and really work toward leaving a legacy of human evolution and leaving this planet someday, this existence someday, with that true and beautiful legacy of helping mankind.
It really is beautiful. It really is beautiful. Thank you so much for both of you, your support. Dr. Mulder, Cheryl, really, really appreciate the support that y'all have given to our inaugural event here. I look forward to kind of watching and being a part of what happens with your efforts. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're gonna move on. Thanks for the video.
Thank you too. It was a pleasure being here.
Thanks, y'all. All right. So we've got a couple things left on the day. We did have some schedule adjustments, so we've updated the website to accommodate for that. So if you're curious, that's there. Betterfutures.space with the schedule, and Taylor and Fabio will post that in a moment to the chat. We're going to shift gears. Yesterday, we held really kind of the first workshop that we had ever done. It continues to be an experiment for this community that we're building. Before we do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about Liftport in a little more specificity than I did yesterday. I talked about our history a bit yesterday, and today I'm going to talk about where we're going next. And then I'm really excited that Alec Peter is going to join us in a little bit. Oh, not quite an hour. And I'm not going to spoil his story because it's pretty fascinating. But if we're really talking about building a giant community living in space. Oh, Alex, here already. Terrific. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that note. If we're really going to talk about building humanity's giant outpost in space, whether it's 15,000 person outpost or broken into lots of little parts in the moon, the Mars, and on various orbits, whatever that looks like, it kind of feels like it starts here. It starts now. So I'm really excited about that. But where we're going is this imagined future, in my case, inspired by the Star Trek vision of the future. And so I'm really excited to have Alec kind of end the day with us, talking about, how to make Starfleet real. Now, he's got other things to talk about. I'm definitely interested in that. but making Starfleet real is a priority for me. Before I move on to the last pieces here, I'd like to invite everybody to be a part of this ongoing conversation. We refer to that as the other 28 days. So we've crafted a Discord channel. We'd really like to develop a community there. And that other 28 days is supposed to be a symbol for, if we gather once a month to talk about building humanity's assets in space, well, that's only 2 days of the month. What happens the other 28 days? I know that Egbert is going to leave here from today's event, and he's going to go back to work on Monday, and he's going to try and figure out how to have children on orbit. And yesterday with Camille and Dr. Goswami and Paul Chang and Pierre Gerritsen, they're going to go back to their work of manufacturing and operations and policy development. And Crystal and Troy and Gary, they're going to go back to the work of building infrastructure on orbit to clean up debris, turn that debris into rocket fuel, and ultimately solve a giant problem. So, what does the other 28 days look like? What's going to happen between now and next month? Well, I don't know, right? I don't have a crystal ball for that, but I know that we're all going to go back to work on Monday to just keep doing what we're doing. So I invite y'all to join in the Discord channel and keep that momentum, keep that enthusiasm and energy going, and join us next month when we host Better Futures Starfleet Enterprise again. And that one is going to be a review of space stations. I said earlier, we're tracking at least 11. There's some hints that there might be some more than that, but we're going to track at least 11. We've got the founder of the Space Frontier Foundation and the executive director of the Earthlight Foundation, Rick Tomlinson, is going to join us. The president of the National Space Society is going to join us, and the brand new executive director of the Mars Society is going to join us. We're going to talk about the value of community in building these large aspirational programs. So it's going to be a great event next month. One thing I'm really excited about is few people know this, but Rick Tomlinson actually leased the Soviet asset Mir, the space station Mir. It didn't last very long, and there were a lot of complications about it. So since we're talking about space stations, I want to talk about the first commercial space station that existed, Mir, the Soviet asset Mir. Fascinating. He had a pretty wild ride. It wasn't easy. It was very complicated. It was very expensive. Ultimately, it didn't work the way anybody hoped. And yet, it's a part of our history. And if we're going to go forward, I said earlier this morning, you've got to know your history if you're going to go forward. So that's what next month looks like. So let me switch gears and talk a little bit more about the Lunar Space Elevator infrastructure. Cheryl mentioned a moment ago that maybe because we haven't been good stewards of our outer space environment, that with all the debris and all the traffic up there, maybe I believe that maybe the Earth elevator cannot be built anymore. That puts me a little bit on the heretical extreme, since I was one of the original founders of the modern version of the Earth's space elevator. That kind of forced me to shift away to focus on the lunar space elevator, which I'm very comfortable to say that it can be constructed now with current technology. So what does this thing look like? What does this lunar elevator look like? So a lot of people understand that the Earth elevator is based on centripetal acceleration. The spin of the world allows for this string to stay straight. So if you can imagine a ball and a string, spinning it over your head, the string in the middle stays straight. And that's well understood. Dr. Vermeulen earlier was talking about Konstantin Tsiolkovsky in the 1880s invented the space elevator. Like, it's a well understood idea. Fast forward to where we are now, it is very challenging. It works in a mathematical and physics perspective, but in operational perspective, hardware, business, outreach, and framework, it may not work. So what's the alternative? So the alternative is a lunar space elevator infrastructure. So if you can imagine, here's the Earth, and over here is the moon, right? Over here's the moon. There's a gravitational middle between the Earth and the moon called the Lagrange point. And instead of the Earth spinning, a lot of people think that the moon spins enough for an elevator. It really doesn't. Mathematically it can, but again, practically it doesn't work. So instead, you launch from the Earth to the Lagrange point, you drop a string down to the surface of the moon, attach to the moon, pull it through the Lagrange point. Anything on this side of the Lagrange point is getting pulled back by Earth. And so Earth's gravity keeps that string straight. Once you have it, you can then launch from the Earth to the Lagrange point and take a robot back and forth to the surface of the moon. With the Earth elevator, the value is about getting off of the world. With the lunar elevator, it's the opposite. Soft landing on the moon is remarkably hard. Humans haven't gone back there in more than 50 years. Only one robot has landed on the moon successfully. In China landed on the moon about 3 years ago. India and Israel created multi-$100-million craters by not successfully landing. In both cases, they got 99 point whatever percent of the way, but those last few kilometers proved to be too much. Hats off to them for trying. I'm encouraging them to go back and do it again. Everybody has their fingers crossed that they're going to do it again. But that last bit to the moon is really, really challenging. So the elevator takes that complication of soft landing out of the system, out of the equation. And maybe perhaps more importantly, at that Lagrange point, stabilized by the string, you could build an enormous space station, perhaps a 15,000 person space station. So that's one of the reasons why Liftport is building this Better Futures series. We look to this series as being a financial driver, a revenue driver for the work of our elevator, and B, it's kind of an in-house think tank for accumulating and developing knowledge for this future goal. So that's our lunar elevator. We've been working on it for pretty close to 10 years now. We've got some pretty important support from some pretty clever people. I'm not going to share that right now. And little by little, we make progress at it. And I think that's really the key to all of this conversation in space, is that little by little, we make progress at it. And with that, I'm going to swap over and bring Taylor back onto the program for a minute. We're going to spend the next about 30 minutes in kind of a free form workshop. I mentioned first thing this morning about the Numinia process and how we really focus on the challenges and trying to understand the challenges, trying to understand stakeholders, who is a part of this, what are they doing, but trying to understand the challenges is really important. So we break the challenges into hardware, business, outreach, and framework. Yesterday, we spent a while talking about hardware and business. Today, we're going to spend some time looking at outreach and framework. And so what are we trying to accomplish with this? What I'd like everyone to do is to really communicate in the chat panel and help us understand this challenge. So and again, yesterday I talked about requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trade. If what we're really aiming for is 15,000 people living in space, one of the questions was, is this a space station? Is this on the moon? Is this portion of humanity? Are they out in Mars? So I'd like to kind of solicit questions from the community. And again, I appreciate my team posting the link to the Discord channel so that we have an active 28 days after this, which, by the way, I keep referring to it as 28 days later, but that's a pretty bad zombie movie. It is a dark zombie movie. So I don't want to say 28 days later. I want to say the next 28 days. Before we do that, before we start thinking about these questions about outreach and framework, I'm going to bring in Dr. Edelbrook for a few minutes to give kind of some summary thoughts. It's been a pleasure getting to know him over the last several, 8 months, 5 months. It's more than 5, so 8 months, I think, getting to know you. My first reaction to his idea, not to him as a person, because I hadn't met him yet. My first reaction to him to the project was genuine skepticism. I frankly considered that his effort was a bridge too far, that humanity was not ready to take on such an audacious program. And in the last half year or so, as I've researched myself to put together this space stations topic, I've realized that we are a whole lot closer to that ambitious future than I had ever imagined. So, Dr. Edelbrook, if you could give us some closing remarks and what you think, how you thought the day went, what you think the next year looks like regarding our Better Futures program. So it's really a pleasure to get to know you. It's great to have you on our team.
It's my pleasure, Michael, and thanks again for having me and our colleagues in the team. It's really exciting to be part of this event. I'm really happy that you've started this and that Asgardia is also helping. Talking about Asgardia, maybe I haven't really clarified my relation with them. I think that is also good. So I'm also a member of Parliament. I took part in the elections, and I was one of the happy people that were elected for Parliament. And I'm super happy that Asgardia is also supporting the work of Spaceborne United. So I have like 2 hats. I'm the CEO of Spaceborne United for Asgardia, but I'm also a member of their Parliament. And I had a place on the stage under Science and Investment Congress. I'm in their space journals. Well, Spaceborne United is in there. One of the space journals was in the video, the closing video that Cheryl included. And I really met wonderful people and many experts. And some of them are actively contributing to the research of Spaceborne United. And they connected me with key industry partners. And So I really encourage others to also join this ambitious community. So far for my relation with Asgardia. About today, I keep learning so much. I learned a lot today, also from the discussions in the chat. It's always enriching. And I obviously enjoyed the amazing presentations. I mean, yours with the valuable pneumonia process that is helping Spaceborne every week. Angelo, Raphael, Jacob, Cheryl. I feel blessed that I actually all know all of you quite well, and I'm happy to see that there is this very lively discussion in the chat, inspiring to me and hopefully to others. And it's really about what this event is triggering is getting an overview of asking the right questions. It's not just about finding the answers yet, taking it step by step in a solid approach. And asking the right questions, on the one hand, regarding the 15,000 people habitats in space, and also about reproduction in space. We don't have all the answers yet, and there's a long road to go. But we'll take it. We'll go there. We move towards this future of humanity and pushing mankind beyond this next frontier. And it starts with imagining what our future can look like. I mean, Albert Einstein, he knew this a long time ago. I like how he said, like, logic will get you from A to B, but imagination will take you everywhere. And that's true. And that's also, imagination is also, well, encouraged through art. And art is often connected to space and space exploration. And I love how Cheryl is showing her creativity and how she's connecting it to space and also inspires others to do that as well. And this event, well, this is just the start. I mean, next month, well, Spaceborne United will be sharing important updates, as you mentioned before, regarding, especially regarding the progress for the Artemis mission, the IVF in space mission. One other thing, I mean, people might be thinking, okay, this event is also focusing about reproduction in space. Why so many guys with presentations and only one lady? Not sure. Well, people that saw the schedule saw that Detina and Sumbal would also be presenting. Unfortunately, some things went different and they couldn't join today. They will join in other events, and I can really recommend to join them, because Detina's background is mind-blowing, and so is her presentation. The implications that she will explain for the human species and the future of us, that's amazing. That's really worthwhile. And another courageous mind, Sumbal Mushtaq, a young doctor from Pakistan, without not receiving the support you would expect and you would deserve if you would maybe be born in the United States or Western Europe, but in Pakistan, and she still persisted, and she's now entering the world of space life science. So it's an amazing personal story that will also be part of one of the next events. So my last final, call to courage, if you like, for the next 28 days is I would like to everybody to invite their friends and people in your network to join this endeavor and join next month, pushing humankind beyond the next frontier.
Terrific. I can't wait to see how this unfolds, right? When I said a moment ago that my first reaction to Spaceborne United was deep skepticism, and then when I met you, when I talked to you over, we never met. I mean, come on, it's the world of COVID. He's in Amsterdam. I'm in
September. We will meet in Canada.
Right. Someday we'll meet. Someday we will. But as I got to know him, as I got to know the work that he's doing, I've just become so impressed by it, and like meets like, right? That's a big, ambitious, crazy idea that may or may not work, but I'm committed to it. Big, ambitious idea may or may not work, but he's committed to it. And I think that I think we have a great future. If one of us is right, we have a great future. If we're both right, it changes what it means to be human. So pretty excited about that. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Dr. Edelbrook. We're going to switch gears. We're going to talk about outreach and framework. And what I said this morning during the Numenia process component was that these challenges are really hard, that everybody wants to talk about the hardware because it's the cool part of going into space, and whether that's rockets or satellites or landers on the moon or someday future lunar elevators or someday future birthing centers, everybody always wants to talk about the hardware. Sometimes they want to talk about the finance, the business, the capital side of it. But hardly ever does anybody want to talk about two pieces that just get ignored, which are outreach and framework. So outreach is storytelling. It is communications. It is being involved. It is in some cases, I think with Cheryl's stuff, it's myth building. It's exploring the personal part of all this. You heard me ask a little while ago what the personal reasons for these various scientists and medical professionals to want to build a humanity tool, a tool to go to humanity, to bring humanity to space. So we don't really talk about the outreach component, but Walt Disney worked side by side with Wernher von Braun to create imagery to excite the American public about going to space. There are great illustrations from the 1960s. I think Collier's magazine was the publisher of it, where Walt Disney himself is drawing pictures and Wernher von Braun is nodding or disagreeing and creating imagery that is then used candidly as a propaganda tool to kind of excite the American public into supporting this very, very outlandish program of going back to the moon. So I am excited about the outreach component. It's one of the reasons why we decided to do this conference series the way that we're doing it. There's a lot of ways we could have worked on this. We've been back in business for nearly 5 years. We could have continued staying quiet and working by ourselves for ourselves. But this conference series is a decision to bring in the public to various elements and aspects. So that's one piece we're going to talk about. The other thing is framework, law, policy, military, the environment, whether that's social, cultural environment or the physical flora, fauna environment. So we're going to open up the the chat's always been open, but we're going to encourage folks to start talking about what they think we should see specifically around the idea of requirements for 15,000 people living, working, playing in space. I might change that. There was some comments, I think maybe it was Roger yesterday who had some comments about that 15,000 number is arbitrary and why use it? Well, just a few hours ago, we saw Raphael say that a species needs 5,800 people, or 5,800 examples of that species to have a thriving species. So maybe we just, round that up to 6,000 and triple it. So maybe now, based on science, we have a goal of 18,000 people, right? So, we're still working on this stuff. This is a work in progress. So thinking about the requirements for a 15 or possibly 18,000 person station, what kind of outreach things do you think we should be thinking about? What kind of framework things do you think we should be talking about? Please post your comments in the chat, and we'll tackle them a little bit at a time. Taylor, did you have any comments you wanted to bring up?
I did have a word or two to share. I do want to remind everyone, though, that we appreciate your attendance and attention at this event. You are here today. It's our goal to maintain full increased contact time and provide a niche for all things space station and some things that are important and interesting to you as well. Better Futures really wants to know what you care about. What are your questions? We're here to start a forum and showcase key indicators for the foundations of humanity's next step toward being a multiplanetary and spacefaring culture. This is the beginning of a major cultural insult, and your individual participation today is the mark of being on the bleeding edge. So as we kind of give people time to type their questions and responses in the chat, I'm kind of curious as far as outreach goes. A stimulating question is, we can brainstorm about each of our individual favorite space-related conferences. What is someone's favorite to share their favorite space movie or space music or another form of art-related space data, because finding the correct medium or the best medium to communicate, celebrate the things that we want to do and to get others on board is going to be very, very, very important and very challenging. How do we tell a good story and create fit should we tell? How do we tell these stories? Do we need a community mascot? Are there celebrities or popular figures that we want to tell our story? How do we get an even or representative distribution of our reach and representation? What are the cultural considerations that we need to make? So these are some of my personal questions, and that's just to kind of encourage discussion amongst the panelists or those of you that are in the chat. If you have responses to my specific questions, I'd love to hear them. If you have your own to pose, that would be great as well. Do we have any comments in the chat? Let's see.
Yeah, please post comments in the chat so we can start start this kind of workshop conversation. There's a comment immediately from Jacob and Egbert, and I presume Cheryl would echo it about joining Asgardia. And George was asking about the chat. So yes, we did capture the chat from yesterday. We will again do it today, and that will get posted into the Discord channels. So all the information, there's a lot of information in the chat. There's a lot of information in the chat. Yesterday was nuts. It was actually hard to keep up with everything. So yes, we will post copies of that. It will go into the Discord channel as part of the next 28 days. I'm seeing that Pam was having a little bit of trouble getting into the Discord channel, so I'm hopeful that is resolved. And Terry's asking, I think this was from an earlier topic about recycling and waste, and I'm not sure what that's referencing. Was that maybe part of the babies in orbit conversation? Terry, if you could clarify that, that would be helpful. Okay, a couple more comments. Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I'll get to them in a moment. Jennifer's comment earlier about entrepreneurs never stop working. Boy, gosh, that is the truth. I'm happy to give Fabio and Taylor Monday off, but I will be working on Monday, so that's happening. Hey, Alec, thanks for joining us, sir. All right, let's get into some of these topics and capture them. George is saying that Space 1999 is a good example of lunar and Martian settlement. You know, I remember seeing that when I was a kid. That came out in the end of the 70s, and it was a surprisingly accurate show. I don't think I have seen, I am certain I have not seen that in reruns. So I could not tell you anything about it other than it was impressive and inspiring to me for the time I saw it. Does anybody know if that's available on a streaming service? Alec, you're saying yes. Do you know what the service is? Alec, we can't hear you. You're not on mute, but I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. How's
yeah,
that?
okay. Great. Yeah, terrific.
I always try and be considerate when I'm not on. I'm not sure if on a streaming service is widely available on Blu-ray and DVD.
Okay.
As far as a streaming service, that's a good question.
I had forgotten about it. So George, thanks for bringing it up. I will go hunt it down. I am currently rewatching from scratch all of the Star Treks, right? I've seen them in dribs and drabs along the way, but I've never just sat down and watched them. So I'm working my way through that right now, kind of as, you know, work for the Starfleet Enterprise program. But I think I should go look at Space 1999. I remember it really well, and I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. Terry's talking about, living up there in Mass. Yeah, we were going to have to figure out how to recycle. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay. Pam, I'm not aware of your weekly space show. Can you post a link to that? And yeah, we'd be happy to talk about being guests. You've interviewed me a couple times, if I remember correctly, on mostly elevator related topics. So yeah, I'd love to talk to you about your show. Thank you. Please feel comfortable to post a link to the show. I can attest that Egbert would be a good guest. that seems pretty self-serving right now, but it's still true. He's been a guest on a couple of things I'm aware of. Okay, so what does outreach mean to you, right? So you know, I have a blanket sentence and a blanket idea that it is STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. I put a high emphasis on reacting to students. If y'all ever send me email, don't be mad. I'm really bad at responding to email. I mean, I'm really notoriously bad at responding to email. I frankly get too much of it and I can't manage it. But if you're a kid, and I don't care whether you're, 7, 17, or 27, if you're saying you're working on a school project, that is one of my highest priorities. I spend a lot of time working with students just because I think it's really important. It's important to my own ethos. I have family members who are teachers, and I just recognize that it has ripple effects into the future. So Yeah. So where do you what do you look for in outreach? What do you try to contribute to? What do you try to consume as consumers of space-related outreach? I'm really curious about that. So, oh, Everyday Spacer. I totally know that. I should have known that right off the top. I knew the name was familiar, but I did not tie those two together. So that's great. No, that's right. You've interviewed me for, I don't know, was it space.com? I'm taking a stab here, but I'm pretty sure it was a print journal something, not YouTube and not, so yeah, well, I'm happy to chat with you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the, happy to chat. I'm gonna put a plug in for my own team, and I'm about to get a bad face here in a moment, but you're specifically asking for diversity. I'm going to recommend Taylor Burns and Fabio Mendez because they are very, they are, without being insulting or condescending at all, they are unicorns in this field, and I really appreciate them for who they are. Cool. So, what other? Oh, thanks for the Space 1999 links. I'm totally going to follow that. Great, thanks. I had forgotten about that show entirely, so I'm going to hunt that down. Let's switch gears a minute because we only have just one more minute to talk about framework. We didn't really talk about framework at all. That's kind of a to-do list item we will talk about next month instead. But you cannot go to space. You can't have babies in orbit. You can't build elevators. You can't send rockets. You can't send lunar missions or Martian missions if you haven't figured out how to deal with the paperwork, law, policy, international conventions, treaties, military requirements, environment. You cannot do it. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And I know that Alex smirked because I know that he's also a lawyer. So with that, we're going to, Taylor, if you could introduce Alec, and let's talk about that. Thanks a lot, Alec, for being here. Appreciate it.
For Alex's bio, do you have it handy?
Give me 10 seconds. Yes, give me a second. Gotcha. Okay. Hold 10 seconds. Gotcha. Alec Peter is the creator of the Axanar project. Alec is known as one of Star Trek's biggest fans. By the way, as a personal aside, he gave Taylor and I a virtual tour of his office, and just, his artifacts are epic. So pretty excited to see that. Sorry, I got distracted by his bio. He's one of Star Trek, is known as one of Star Trek's biggest fans, and one who honors the canon of the beloved franchise through his visionary film Prelude to Axanar. Alec is the epitome of someone who discovers their calling and succeeds in pursuing it. An attorney by training, Alec coached an NCAA championship volleyball team at USC and with the US national team. He has started 5 companies, earning him an Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year award in 2003. Alec has written the Star Trek prop and costume and auction blog, StarTrekProps.com, by the way. I'll post that link in a moment. Since 2006. and is one of the foremost experts on collecting screen-used Star Trek props and costumes. In 2008, he created PropWorks, which held the Battlestar Galactica prop auctions, considered by many the finest prop and costume auctions ever, followed by studio-sanctioned auctions for Stargate, Star Trek, Iron Man, and the Kevin Smith auction. Prelude to Axanar has won 46 film festival awards around the world, and Alec is not only the creator, but writer, producer, and actor portraying legendary Starfleet Captain Garth of Izar. Alec first appeared as Garth in Star Trek Phase 2 episodes Origin, with 2 more episodes of 4 Years War in pre-production. Axanar will explore the legend of the man who Captain Kirk considered his personal hero, the famous Battle of Axanar. Thank you, Alex, so much for being here. It was fun chatting with you a couple weeks ago. I'm really looking forward to talking today about how to make Starfleet real. So give us a little bit of your history. Give us kind of a rundown on Axanar, and then tell us what you want to tell us. The screen is yours. Thank you.
Sure, and thank you everyone for joining us. I greatly appreciate the invite to chat a little bit and to weave Star Trek into the actual space adventures that everyone else here seems to be a part of. I'm 61 years old now, so I was born in 1960. So that meant that I grew up in the middle of the space race, and I was all about it as a kid. And I tell people I used to write to NASA and say, hey, can you send me information? And they'd send me big, at that time, they would send you a packet like you were press, right? And so I'd get and I still have a couple of them, and big packets of information and real photographs. And it was just amazing. And I was totally into it. And remember watching the moon landing in '69 and all about all of that. So that led, and also I watched Star Trek when it was first on TV. So September 8th, 1966, the first episode, I was there with my dad watching Star Trek. And as I always tell people, when it was moved to 10 o'clock on Friday nights in 1968 for the 3rd season, that was past my bedtime. But my mom knew how much I loved Star Trek, so she would put me to bed at 8 o'clock, wake me up at 10. I'd watch Star Trek, and she'd put me back to bed. And so that kind of sealed my love for Star Trek over the years. Yes, I went to law school at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, graduated, passed the bar, got sworn in, and said, I'm not doing this crap. And I went to coach volleyball. I had been coaching for a few years at that time. I became the assistant coach at USC. We won a national championship. I won a junior Olympic championship with my boys 17 and under team. It was great. I loved it. Best 4 years of my life was coaching, making like no money. I was making 15 grand a year, and I loved it. It was the best thing ever. And that kind of taught me, to follow your passions, which is what I love about this space is pretty much everyone is following their passion. I don't think anyone is in this to get rich. And you're in it because you love it, and it's real to you. And we're all striving for this future. And so I became an entrepreneur, started several companies, smaller companies. Some were good, some wound up doing well, some not. Whatever. I've been an entrepreneur and always been a science fiction fan. So in 2008, having collected Star Trek props and costumes from the in 2006 when they did this big Christie's auction, you'll see back there. Let's see, that's Garth of Izar's costume from the 3rd season Star Trek episode. That's Benjamin Sisko's computer, his pad, blah 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 blah. So yeah, those are Captain America shields, real ones. So you'll see this is what I love doing, and I'm passionate about it. And Star Trek has always been the core of that love. Yes, I love Star Wars. Rogue One's the best Star Wars movie. I love you name it. I was just making my top 10 list, for one of the websites, and Blade Runner is on there. Chronicles of Riddick, believe it or not, is on there. Silent Running is my all-time favorite film. For those of you who are a little older and know it, if you're not, you should go back and see it. 1972, Douglas Trumbull's directorial debut. Bruce Dern's first feature film, starring role. So that's kind of what created me. And as we talk about, yes, and having books, Willie Lay's book and Chesley Bonestall and all that was just so inspirational to me. But Star Trek was always there because Star Trek was always kind of the cutting edge of science fiction. So even when Star Wars came out, that's science, that's more science fantasy, right? Rather than science fiction. Love Star Wars, right? I'm one of those people who loves them both, but Star Trek was always near and dear. And, we were talking about, as we've been talking about Star Trek and how Star Trek applies to space, besides just inspiration. I mean, let's face it, pretty much everyone who was in NASA over the past 40 years loves Star Trek. So many of them credit Star Trek with their inspiration. Or I'm good friends with Dave Alexander, who's one of the flight surgeons for NASA. And we talk about, he always talks about Dr. McCoy and Dr. Crusher and the inspiration that they bring. So Star Trek is clearly inspirational to so many of us. The other thing is, I think, certainly for the original series and then kind of the next gen, when Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, was involved, he was very, we talk about this, and he had this vision for the future. And I was recently talking with friends and we were talking about that, and I said, yeah, I don't give Roddenberry too much credit for being a futurist, because I kind of think futurists that's a real profession with real research. Gene Roddenberry is a writer, right? He was a Hollywood writer who wrote science fiction, and he was a very good writer because he wrote lots of shows before he got to Star Trek, right? The Lieutenant was a great one we always talk about. So what Gene Roddenberry saw in the future was his imagination and what he wanted in the future. It's not necessarily particularly, well thought out, well planned out. Well, it's 300 years in the future and we're going to be here and this, because he envisioned Star Trek as this utopian future. That Earth was a utopia in 300 years from now. And I don't know any futurist who thinks Earth's going to turn into a utopia. We're all hoping it doesn't turn into the Expanse. As much as I love the Expanse, right? Great show for its gritty realism. I think so. Star Trek, I think, serves us best as inspiration because, I think the whole utopian thing it's a thread that maybe a lot of us don't really relate to. What we can relate to is, I want to be in space and I want to be living on a space station, or I want to be traveling in a spaceship, or whatever that may be. And I think that aspect of it, how do we all live together? How do we all get along together on a space station? Listen, it's 2022 and I'm still bummed that 21 years ago, we didn't have a big space wheel in space flying Pan Am space clippers. I'm like, what happened to that future? And so I think what science fiction can serve as inspiration that way. But I think it also, one thing we should always remember is science fiction, at least futuristic, say Star Trek is a great example, or The Expanse, or whatever. Star Trek is a great example of that's a future. It's not our future, okay? Because in Star Trek, there was a eugenics war in the 90s. There was World War III in the in the 2150s, which hopefully we're not going to see. But it is a future, and I always tell people that's not our future. It's not our future because we already have iPhones, right, and flip-flops, right? It's in a lot of ways the things that Gene Roddenberry and his team predicted in the 60s. Communicators.
Well, go further. This thing is actually better than the communicators because all you could do with the communicator was phone home. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. And the only thing that this doesn't do right now is allow us to call space. Something in orbit. That's the only thing. But everything else, you look at those communicators, and realistically, if Star Trek was a realistic version of the future, from now, we would say, well, let's see, 300 years from now, you got a communicator, and it's a tricorder too, and it's probably a phaser as well, right?
I think one of the best TED Talks I ever heard was someone talking about change. And what he said was that change is never what we think it is. That where you think you will be in 10 years is not where you're going to be. You're going to be somewhere totally different. And when you look back 10 years, think of 10 years ago and think where you would have been right now. And you're not there. The critical factors are flexibility and the ability to take what's coming your way and mold it and shape it and apply your skill set to get to an effective outcome, whatever that effective outcome is. And I think we're seeing a lot of that these days in the ability to deal with changing circumstances, whatever those changing circumstances are. That is, I mean, listen, 10 years ago, did we think that we would be here right now with multiple billionaires going up into space?
No.
Support? No, we didn't. Right. And so where are we going to be in 10 years? I don't know where we're going to be. And, I've been telling, people that I work with, like, look, it's, for example, the film industry is a perfect example. What we did with Prelude to Axanar, which is a Star Trek fan film, meaning we don't own the rights to Star Trek.
Right.
We didn't make any money off this movie. We love Star Trek so much that we made a Star Trek movie. Now, because of the democratization of filmmaking, meaning back around the millennium, things started moving from film to digital. Once we had digital movie cameras, anyone could start making movies. And now you don't even need a digital movie camera. I mean, I've got an XR, which is like 3 years old, right? The new ones, the new iPhones are cinema quality cameras, right? And as seen by, there are directors who make movies on iPhones and post them and say, see,
right.
You don't need,
yeah.
You don't need
they build their entire reputation on that technology development, right? It's amazing.
Yes, and back when we made Prelude to Axanar, which we shot on red cameras, I forget which model, but we shot on red cameras. Back then it was like, ooh, red cameras. They made a movie and they actually used a red camera to shoot the movie. Now it's like, everyone's using red cameras. That's passe. It's like, you're not using, why are you using that expensive thing when you can just use a red camera? So the point being that filmmaking has changed so much. It changed to the point where we could make our film, Prelude to Axanar, which was a 21-minute short film. And it was Prelude because we were planning on making a full-length movie of it and raise money to make a full-length movie. The challenge was, we made something that was so good, it was indistinguishable from what the studios produced. And the studios said to us, that's too good. You cannot do that, right? So we're making 2 more short films under CBS and Paramount sued us. It went on for 13 months. We all settled. We get to make 2 more short films. Great. That's awesome. But the reason Prelude to Axanar,
I'm posting the link. I wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, axanar.com. Yeah. You can see it all. The reason we were able to do that was because of the advances in technology. And those advances in technology have just kept going. And right now, do we know where they are going? No, I'm developing a business with a friend of mine, servicing the kind of greater cryptocurrency, blockchain, metaverse, NFT universe. And it's he has some connections, and there's so much business that one of his longtime friends who they did like $40 million in NFTs last year, they are so busy with their internal projects and everyone's seeing their success and saying, can you do this for us? And they're like, no. So they're sending their business to us. And I've been telling Mark and I, who is one of my directors and editor on Axanar, I've been telling Mark, I said, Mark, I don't know where this whole world of cryptocurrency and NFTs, and I've been just immersing myself for 3 weeks in it, just like insanely. I don't know where it's going. I just know it's going to change the world. And I was there on the cusp back in 2000 when the web was hot and all that. And we created one of eBay's first automation tools. And Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, almost, he was at PayPal with Elon Musk. They were both there, and they flew us out and talked to us. We almost got acquired by them. And seeing the web and how the web was changing things 20 years ago, I'm like, that's a drop in the bucket compared to crypto and blockchain and metaverses and NFTs and everything that goes into that. And that's just one revolutionary thing that's happening. And in a way, the same's happening with space. And what's happening with space is, and I call it practical space, meaning real space, not science fiction.
Right.
What's happening with practical space as an outsider looking in, just salivating at everything you all are doing, is going, this is going in directions no one expected at this point.
So I want to ask you specifically that, right? So, yesterday and today we've had, PhDs and experts in global policy, in medicine, in reproductive medicine, in manufacturing space, and some of the folks on the screen yesterday, had, $300 million budget, and some of them, gave advice to generals and national space policy stuff. They have real skin in the game, right? They're writing real checks to build real hardware to build this future that we could not have imagined 10, 15, 25 years ago, right? We wanted it, but it wasn't real until now. So I put them on the line and said, okay, a little bit of social pressure here. What are your projections for 2025, just 3 years away, 2030, and 2035? Now, normally I've been asking that question relating to how many people are going to be living on orbit, but that's not your profession, so I'm not gonna hold you to that. But I do want you to make some predictions about 2025, 2030, and 2035. If you've got some ideas about where this immediate future is going to take us. Is that crypto? Is that movies? Is that space? Pick a topic.
How about we talk about what I know is science fiction?
Okay.
I think I'm certainly not qualified to talk about practical space and are we going to be on Mars in 10 years or 20 years or anything like that.
It's not your field, not
my field. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about that. And the thing I'm fascinated with, however, in that field, which no predictions, but the things that I think one of the things they teach you at law school is not to know the law. You don't recite the law. You have a certain way of thinking. So when I'm thinking of space over the next 5, 10, 15 years, the things that now I'm saying maybe it's a prediction in that these are things someone's going to have to pay attention.
Is it hope? Is it hope? Not a prediction.
For example, what law applies? I read one of my favorite books, which I don't have my bookcase up yet, is Ben Bova's Millennium, which deals with the first murder in space, right? What happens when Chet Kinsman accidentally kills a cosmonaut? And what are the ramifications of that? So okay, what law is going to apply in space? Where's it going? What's jurisdiction going to be like in space? There are things that who owns the land, right? And maybe UN has already figured out. I don't know, but which is an issue when we look at For All Mankind, that amazing science fiction series from Ronald D. Moore. They deal with like who owns mining rights and those. So legal issues are not going to disappear, right? It's all still, and we are not one big happy family, and it's not the Star Trek, one world government or whatever it is. There's a lot of issues around that, around ownership, around exploitation of resources, around law and jurisdiction. Those are all things that I think are going to have to be dealt with.
Do you see a convergence between crypto and law? The thing that's interesting about blockchain is a proof of custody chain, right? So do you think that there's going to be a convergence there? Because in space, those tools are going to be important, right? Like there are people trying to solve problems around custody and ownership and property rights and who has what. And it's super messy. It's super fuzzy right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, again, without making predictions,
right.
and I'm no expert on crypto or any of that, because I've really just been immersing myself lately. So I'm kind of in that, I finally moved from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence on the learning scale, right? And so the thing that fascinates me is practical applications of crypto blockchain, maybe metaverse, certainly NFTs. And, our good friend Anara had introduced me to Grant from Copernic Space. And I'm like, wow, there's a space company. He's right, that's integrating all that world, the crypto, NFT, and tokenization and things like that. So crypto is going to take over the world. All these things are going to be ubiquitous and pervasive in our life. And that's not science fiction. That's not Alec playing futurist. That's like, look, you spent a week
the newspaper
understanding this. Yeah. And everyone's talking about it as the biggest thing since sliced bread. And it's true. And I think the things we don't know, I know it's going in that direction. I have no idea what's going to happen. I told Mark, I said, as an entrepreneur, I want to build a business in this space. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know how we're going to do it, but this is a space that's exciting and it's going to affect everything. So it's Grant at Copernic Space is already showing you that, yeah, you want to tokenize or you want to use crypto for payloads that are going to the moon. Yeah, we can do that. Right. So people are finding the convergence in these technologies. And again, this is coming from a layperson who's I'm an entrepreneur. So right. I got just enough business sense and legal sense stuff.
There's actually quite a few crossovers in the space field and crypto. There's Space Chain, which is it's an ISU alum company. There's it's called Block, BLOK, I think, out of Austin. Those folks are like pioneers in space. One of those guys is verifiably one of the first 10 people in Bitcoin. Right?
Wow.
Verifiably in the first 10 people.
By his bank account, probably.
Yes, right. Yes, his bank account is fine, right? So there are people in the crypto field that are really embracing space in a really significant way. One of the VC companies specifically modified their prospectus such that they could accept crypto. Like there's a crossover. Like if you were to draw a Venn diagram of space and space nerds and crypto nerds, it's pretty close to 1-to-1.
Wow, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. And here's the other thing I wanted to say was the thing I find fascinating about, as you know, Anara has drawn me into the practical space, the real world space ecosphere, if you will, is I'm like, why did it take, 40 years for us to get to this point where everything's on? Because right now it's like practical space is on fire. It's like, she's introducing the people and I'm going, and I'm listening to their stories about how, and I'm like, it seems to me like everyone and their brother is trying to figure out how to get into space.
Right.
I'm like, why wasn't that the thing 20 years ago? And, maybe it's the same reason there weren't phantoms 20 years ago.
Because I was there 20 years ago, I can give you some horror stories.
Yeah.
There are really, really good reasons why it was not possible 20 years ago, and it is possible now. I'm not gonna take time away. We can have a virtual here and have that conversation. But the world has changed. There are options that were not available then.
Well, it also hits me like it's like the 100th monkey.
Yeah.
It's, right.
Yeah.
It's just like, boom. Okay. We all got it. And I know that, certainly personally in my life as an entrepreneur, I've talked, with my, I've got friends who are confidants and advisors and, like, why did it take me so long to do this? Like I was here and I knew I needed to get here, but that process took 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, why does it take I haven't solved that. I tend to think a lot of it is like reinforcement and affirmations from the outside and counselors. And finally, for me, one of the great examples I use is a stupid little one, but our web store, we have a web store, right, at Aries Studios, where we sell swag from Axonar and other cool science fiction stuff. It took me so long to get to the point where I did it. And I'm not sure why it took me so long. Once we did it, it exploded. And I'm sitting there going, why didn't I do that 2 years earlier? But a lot of it was technology. Like I hadn't assembled the pieces that would have made it easy.
Right.
And a lot of it was simply the will to do it. So I'm fascinated by what that example in space, like why now? Why not 10 years? So you and I'll have that conversation.
Yeah, happy to. I mean, I can give you real reasons for why the space environment is changing. In a really simplified answer, it's digital technology is available that wasn't available before.
Sure.
There's this big push that's called digital twinning, where you basically build the entire rocket engine out of ones and zeros, test it with really good physics engines. And then once you've got that, then you can go blow something up in Texas. But until you've figured out how to build it in ones and zeros, that's a transformative breakthrough.
And I saw a great, documentary or special or whatever about them rebuilding the Saturn 1B, the Saturn 1 engine, the Saturn 5 engines.
Yep.
Digitally.
Yeah.
And how they were able to, whatever it took, how they were able to do that so much more cost effectively, so much more, whatever the process was. And I'm like, well, that makes so much sense. Why would, engineering these days is all on the computer, right? Actually making it should be the last.
There are very few useful drawings from 60 years ago, right? So in some cases, they literally built stuff from scratch. In Blue Origin's case, they got a recovery ship, went to the bottom of the ocean in Florida, discovered that Saturn V engine, pulled it back up, dusted it off, gave it to the local museum here in Seattle, and said, "Can you fix it?" And no, they're not asking if they can fix it. What they're looking for is restoration. But they absolutely modeled that thing afterward. It's amazing. So that's just one example of why 10 years ago wasn't possible, but today it is. And 20 years ago was even more. So
I just want to say, so if we're so unable to understand where we're going to be in 10 years, then the ability to understand where we're going to be in 300 years in Star Trek, it's like a ship that's 1 degree off course. By the time you get to the other side of the ocean, you're in a different continent, right? And that's it. We're so unable to understand that we never even could have imagined in the 60s that we would have this.
No way.
Never even imagined it. So how can we know where we're going to be in 300 years? And so there you go.
But yet it's still a blueprint, right? It's still an aspirational blueprint of, we might not know where we're going, but that looks pretty good.
And right. I'll tell you the lesson. One of the lessons to learn from Star Trek that the original series 50 years ago got, and the newest series Discovery does not get, and that is, and I'm going to blame it on the costume designer. Bill Tice, who was a costume designer in the 60s, was like, yeah, 300 years from now, things are so sophisticated. Wearing t-shirts and jeans and blue jeans, basically, right? And now we've got, the costume designer on Star Trek Discovery said, oh yeah, they're going to go from that to, and then 1,000 years in the future, and now we're going to wear really structured costumes with stand collars, and I'm looking at the costumes Discovery and going, yeah, no one wants to work in space in that kind of outfit. We want to work like in the original Star Trek with like a pullover with a black collar, and we want to be comfortable. Miniskirt sounds a lot better for girls than the freaking costumes they have in Star Trek Discovery.
I don't want to wear a tie today. Right. I mean, gosh, of course they don't want to work like that. Right. The astronauts on the space station today are not wearing stiff, structured uniforms. Right. They're
working in space.
They are. But they're working. Right. They're working. Yes. It kind of does surprise me sometimes how far off Hollywood gets it when they are wrong a lot when all they have to do is literally pick up a phone, and any one of us in our field would be like, I will be a technical consultant. I want to help you get it right. In Interstellar and The Martian and a couple others, I have one of my professors who was a technical consultant. And it's such a different kind of movie if Hollywood would just pick up the phone and call us, because we want to help y'all get it right. So I wish that would happen. I wish that would happen more often. All right, Alex.
I'm sorry, I lost you. You froze for 10 seconds.
Oh, all I was saying was
you say it was a different movie if.
Well, it's a better movie if they actually take them make the effort to make a phone call, and get the technical details right. We still want a good show. Like, we're not trying to knock anybody's show, but minor details make a difference, and they make a better story.
Which is why I think Andy Weir's book, The Martian, was so good. Because he was constantly being bombarded by people telling him how it really would work. And he was smart enough to say, okay, let me change it.
Modify it.
By the way, Andy Weir's an Axonar fan.
Excellent.
I got the privilege of meeting him a few years ago. Such a lovely guy.
Nice. I have his book up on my shelf here. All right, we're gonna close out. You and I are talking tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation tomorrow. Sorry, Monday. Monday. And I'm really looking forward to kind of building out this series to talk about Starfleet. Like, how do we make it real? Where are we at? What are we doing to make things better? So I really appreciate you kind of being the first guest on that topic, right? So it's one thing to talk about the mechanical processes of building a station in the sky with a lot of people, but there has to be some sort of visionary roadmap to get us there. So thanks a lot, Alec. Appreciate it.
Put me in charge of the uniforms.
Right on. Will do. All right. Terrific. Thanks a lot. Peace.
Thank you, guys.
It takes me a second to get. I do this all the time.
So do I.
It takes me a little bit of work. That one takes me a little bit of work.
They're both good.
They're both good. All right. Talk to you soon. Thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Right on. All right. Well, this brings us to the end of a pretty interesting last 2 days, right? So we talked about manufacturing on orbits, cleaning up the debris fields on orbits, national policy of China, India, United States. We talked about the nitty gritty of welding on orbit, which is super tricky. It's tricky to do it well here on the ground, so it's really hard to do it well up in the sky. We've talked about a bunch of different reproduction space topics, and ended it with the inspirational talk about what a possible future looks like. So I want to thank everybody who joined us. The Asgardians were super helpful. Thanks a lot, y'all. And look forward to next month, right? So Fabio, Taylor, can you post one more time the Discord channel in the chat to answer some questions? We are going to upload the chat, so you can come back to it for more information. So look for it either on the website, but more especially on the Discord channel. Sorry, happy to help you, Pam. Sorry, sure, happy to. This is the beginning, and you know, we talked a lot about science today and yesterday, and at some level this is an experiment, right? This, what we're doing with Better Futures, this Starfleet Enterprise, is an experiment, and with your help, it will be successful, and we will grow, and that will help us build that better future that we're all looking for. So thanks everybody for being a part of it. Really appreciate our guests and panelists. Really, really, really appreciate the audience for joining us. I look forward to seeing you all next month. We are doing this the same time. It's a Friday, Saturday schedule. That is on purpose to accommodate both the pros and the amateurs. There are people that can join us on Friday that can't join on Saturday, and there are people that can join us on Saturday that can't join on Friday. So that's an intentional decision. It does make scheduling more complicated, but we really feel like that's the right answer for our audience. Next month it is March 4th and 5th. You can sign up for it now at the betterfutures.space account. If you had a discount code, feel free to use it again. They will not work on Monday. So whatever you used to get here, you can use it, but it won't work again on Monday, so don't delay. We will have this code working. Sorry, typing here. This code will work. Moon Elevator will work. It works right now. It will give you I believe it's a $30 discount off of a $45 ticket currently, and on Monday that will be reduced to a $15 discount. So definitely an advantage for the folks joining us. Thanks everybody for being a part of this. Looking forward to next month. Please join. Please tell your friends. Please follow us on social media, betterfutures.space, and gosh, Better Futures on Facebook and at Twitter and at LinkedIn. And of course, our company is Liftport Group. So you can find us all over the internet as well. We will be posting these videos, these individual segments, as quickly as we can over the coming weeks. We don't post everything all at once. We post it a little at a time. We'll cut all of the speakers into individual segments and post them individually. So thank you, everybody. Please join us. Please follow. Please get involved. Please join us with the next 28 days, and I'll see you next month. A special thank you to Taylor and Fabio for doing all the hard work and making this look easy for me. Thanks a lot, y'all. Appreciate it. All right. See ya. Bye.